Welcome to the War Room powered by Prep Baseball and Draft HQ, your inside access to the most pivotal night in amateur baseball. This is where years of evaluation, thousands of miles traveled, and countless hours of scouting reports all come to a head. Tonight, we celebrate not only the incredible talent stepping into pro ball, but also the unsung heroes behind the scenes, the scouting departments. These are the men and women whose dedication, instincts, and relentless pursuit of projection turn raw potential into franchise cornerstones. From backfield bullpens to radar guns in the rain, they've seen it all. And tonight, their work is on full display. The picks, the insight, the stories behind the selection. This is the War Room, and the 2025 MLB Draft starts now. My name is Shooter Hunt with Prep Baseball. I'd like to welcome the great Dr. David Seifert to our draft coverage for today. Seif, how excited are you that the draft is finally here?
What, 3, 4, 5 years ago? Seems so far out in the middle of the summer now, which it is, but early June, huge different from now.
It's the continued pursuit of, and we talked about the evaluations. Shout out to all the draft departments. I know, especially area guys who have hunted down. I mean, right now they're getting ready for the 2026 class. They kind of get the relax for maybe a day or two, not even, because there'll be a lot of stuff coming up the next few weeks. But at least you get to see those names. I was there for that first pitch of that guy. Oh, I saw him back in high school, and now he's kind of gone on to this. It really has been a fun time, and I'm sure hopefully all those guys are able to kind of sit back and watch this a little bit while the scouting directors and the rest of their war room are continuously trying to get the accounting together. Because Seif, as you know, my favorite thing to do is to make sure the accounting is there. And one of the big things, we have to start the show with this, because we released a mock draft, our final kind of mock draft, a big mega draft, all first day picks on Monday. And then Tuesday morning, I wake up to the fact that the Rays have shifted over pick 37 to the Orioles, which would have completely been a teardown of our mega mock draft, because you can't just simply switch those picks, because the Orioles now have a record 19 million plus bonus pool, and they can do a whole lot of things. One of the ways that I equated, this is not the exact same thing, but Gunnar Henderson was a guy who was right around the same pick that they got at 37. I think he went 30th. Jordan Westburg was another all-star who went, I think, 35th, 34th, or 35th. They essentially got that money and that pick where they could turn into a future all-star. What do you think about the Orioles adding some money and a pick?
Well, I think good thing for us, good thing for you. The Rays, with our mega mock, we picked Anthony Ianson. So either way, it's a fit. The Orioles need pitching, right? So they acquired the pick by for probably pitching, because they definitely need it. But either way, we were pretty much set right there.
They probably just saw our mega mock and were like, you know what, we have a chance to get Ianson right here. We got to make this happen.
Let's do it.
The other thing that's come into focus is the Nationals picking at 1. And we talked about it a lot in our last couple war rooms, and the fact that Mike Rizzo was let go with the Nationals, so they're without a GM, or they've elevated the GM situation. Cade Anderson's in the mix. Been a lot of 1-1 for Cade Anderson. I think I would still go Ethan Holiday. I'm a big position player guy. I think Ethan Holiday has a chance to be that cornerstone that I talked to about, but I don't know if you can go wrong with either of those two. And I don't know if it's on the same level that we had a couple of years ago with Skeens, but the fact that Cade Anderson could easily be up at the end of the year if need be, but definitely by the All-Star break next year, I think that'll definitely come into play. Would you say the same?
Yeah, for the right club. I'm not sure if that right club is the Nationals. They have less of a need to do it, and they just started his Major League Service clock. Seattle would make the most sense in that regard, but there's going to be 2 other college left-handers that could slot right into Seattle at 3 to be in their Major League bullpen in September, who would, then become groomed as starters in the spring and could join their Major League rotation by All-Star break in 2026. So it's those 3 lefties and Holiday.
It's really interesting. In the past few years, we kind of had a group of 5, a group of 6, whatever it may have been. These 6 are going to go in some order. I think back to, what was it, 23, where it was Skeens, Dylan Cruz, Wyatt Langford, Walker Jenkins, Max Clark. These guys are going to go in some form. I think last year may put some guys. There's always pressure, right? The scouting directors, and shout out to those guys, because there's a lot of pressure going into this, even more so in today's age, right? we're looking at, what was it, 6 or 7 guys now from last year's draft that have been rocketed up to the big leagues. Hey, there's some immediate talent that puts pressure on guys ahead of them. Nick Kurtz looks awesome. Kaggs looks awesome. The pitching class is incredible. You really want to hit on these picks.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of, like, not that Major League Baseball is getting worse. Major League Baseball keeps getting better, but college baseball is growing by leaps and bounds, right? The gap between the elite college programs, the SEC, the ACC, though, and then the programs themselves is getting closer and closer to being ready for the major league. So I don't think it's just a 2024 thing where 6 guys are already up. This is a sign, because we're already talking about Anderson, Arnold, and Doyle that could be there very, very soon. And I don't think Kyson Witherspoon is very far behind that group either. And who knows which hitter is going to be the Nick Kurtz of 2025. So, it's just getting closer and closer, and clubs are going to have even greater success getting those guys up quickly.
I'm curious if this will be that'll be talked about in the collective bargaining and what's going to happen next season, where, hey, these guys are so good, right? Paul Skeens is the face of pitching right now, from literally from LSU to the All-Star mound. It really is fascinating. Speaking of All-Star games, though, I got to give you a shout out about the Miz, Jacob Mizorowski, who you loved him. And like, you were all in. He's still a baby giraffe. You can just go look through Pat Murphy's quotes the other day about what about Jacob Mizorowski. But you were a huge fan. The metrics, you had the TrackMan on, all this great data. But there was still like, hey, he can spray it a little bit. It's long limbs. There's a lot he's got to account for. And that's something that makes the scouting difficult. When you went in, and I think even we're going to talk about a lot of guys tonight where we're analyzing, hey, there's huge upside here. Like, yes, you can hit, but what is the risk level like? How much risk are we willing to take on to pay this guy? Tell me a little bit about your Mizorowski, just because it's so hot in the streets right now.
Well, in 2021, the COVID draft, right? There's nothing going on. And I know Mizorowski was drafted in the second round 2022, but he went to junior college for a year. But this was in 2021, and you and I, we couldn't understand why he wasn't. And there was only 5 rounds, but we couldn't understand, like, why he wasn't being considered higher. But I just got lucky. I was doing a favor for an area scout. They couldn't scout. They were not allowed to leave the house. Major League Baseball had cut off their travel, So scout called me and said, hey, would you do me a favor? Mizorowski's pitching at this indoor facility in Missouri, 4 hours from my house, but I had nothing going on. I wanted to get out of the house like everybody else, right? So I drove down there. I think I saw 3 or 4 pitchers that day. All were really good arms. It was just a private workout at I took our TrackMan machine, because we had just gotten the TrackMan machines that I no longer know how to run.
TrackMan sessions,
The one that I really no longer had. I knew how to run for about 6 months, and then I turned it over to more greater experts. But yeah, his numbers were there. But me, the traditional guy, I was just watching the ball. He's releasing the ball from 7 feet, out. Like, he's 6'8", 6'7". Longer arm swing. So I'm kind of, well, is he going to be able to spin it, right? Like, just a long swing. So what is he going to be able to do? But just tons of projection. And I just remember that day, and I just always liked him from that, right? And then he has success at Crowder. And then I couldn't believe he was going in the second round. Here's a 19-year-old throwing 100+ miles per hour. And he had perfect control, but he did have control, right? Like, he knew where the ball was going in general. So it wasn't like just some rock thrower out there. And then I just equate that to today's Jack Bauer, right? Like, people are kind of backing off Bauer. Like, if you knew Bauer was going to become Mizorowski, we're talking about him in the top 3, right? So I didn't manage to see Jack Bauer in person, watched a lot of video, obviously, and we covered him extensively here. But why can't Jack Bauer become Jacob Mizorowski? But nobody's really even talking. I think we took him 25th in our mock. But nobody's even talking about that guy. So it's kind of like, okay, where is he going to fall? Are these teams going to wake up? I know there's immense risk, but there was immense risk according to the industry with Mizorowski too. So I know I went on a while about more than my Mizorowski story there, but
no, I was going to throw you an alley-oop on the Bauer situation. You just threw it off the glass and threw it home. So good for you on that one.
And you didn't give me any notes for this, so I'm doing good, aren't I?
That's why we're the best. We just go right from the cuff. So I'm putting you on the hot seat, but no, Jack Bauer it's so much comes into the, hey, how much risk are you willing to take on? You talking about Mizorowski. Yeah, hindsight's 20/20. Yeah, we're taking this guy early. If we look back, right, Gunnar Henderson, hey, we're taking him a lot earlier. Like, there's a slew of guys. That's why I love once the first round ends, which for those of you out there who are listening right now, we're going to go pre-show right up until the first pick, and then we will come right back on at the end of the first round. So pick 28, Syph and I will be on to discuss what's happened in the first round, what's coming up, what we would be expecting, what's the potential for a couple clubs to do some things there, especially the Royals on the clock, Orioles, Brewers, tons of picks. I'm really excited to see what the Guardians do. But that risk is what you have to take on, right? If we get this guy, the risk of Nick Kurtz is that, hey, he may have some injury history. Right? Well, it seems well worth the injury history to get Nick Kurtz at this point. And there's plenty of guys like Chase Burns, whoever it may have been, like, oh, this guy got this pick. Hindsight's 2020. Like it's going to happen.
Weatherholt too last year, right? Weatherholt, I think he just got promoted to AAA. He's on the fast track, but he was another one. We had him third on our draft board, but everywhere else he had kind of slid just because he had these nagging injuries that kept reoccurring, right? And Kurtz had the shoulder history. So guys naturally slide with injuries, right? I mean, it's just how it works. But some clubs kind of look past that. Their doctors look past that, and boom, they got a Weatherholt. They got a Kurtz, and instant big leaguer almost.
I saw Kurtz in that Futures game. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. That dude bangs.
He has lightning in his bat. He's always had lightning in his bat. You've seen him more than I have, like over when he's a prep. But man, his bat is so fast.
Dude, Pittsburgh area kids, tough. Got a lot of good arms there too. Shout out to Trey Yasevich too. But we will be coming back on tons of analysis. So picks 28 through 105 tonight. Syph and I will be getting after it. The D1 baseball crew will be hopping on to give our favorite drafts of day one, which, you know what? It's tough to do those because inevitably you're going to want to go with the Orioles, Brewers, teams that have a ton of picks. It makes it easier to write about. Maybe I might just go with a one. Hey, this team, the Yankees, the Mets, they had their 1 or 2 picks on the day. I'm excited to see what the Dodgers do with those back-to-back at 40 and 41. The Dodgers have, let's just go ahead and say it. They've been at the cutting edge. They got the most money. They're the best organization right now. Like, you can't say enough about what they're doing. And now they're looking for the next level. The past couple of years, there's been a lot of bat to ball, right, with some speedster high school guys. They did the same thing last year. Huge upside. The kid from the shortstop from Florida. They got the speedster Kendall George out of Texas a couple of years ago. We'll see what happens with them, but they've been able to turn out those big leaguers and find those metrics. I'm curious what they do, what the Yankees do. Do they continue last year's trend of just attacking college pitching? What do the Mets do? I think there's a lot of opportunity out there. And one of the bigger things in this draft, if any of you are tuning in and you have no idea about this draft, there are some really good prep shortstops. Get used to us talking about those prep guys up the middle, and even the ones who we kind of evaluate as more of a third base corner profile, big bat. They could easily go off and play shortstop. Think Aiden Miller, what he's done with the Phillies so far. But it's going to be a really fun draft. And I don't think this year, tying it back to those top 5, top 6 that we've had in the past, I don't know if it's like that. There is a group of like, hey, 12, but this guy could go at 2. This guy could go at 1. This guy could go at 3. We'll see what the teams do. What do they develop best? Again, what accounting can they do? There's going to be a lot of picks. I think it will get stretched out. Syph, anything else that you're looking forward to seeing with regards to this draft?
Well, you spoke about the Dodgers back-to-back picks at 40 and 41, and Orioles also go back-to-back at 30 and 31. And I'm just hoping there that it can just be a redo of, I think it was 2009 when the Angels picked Randall Grichuk and Mike Trout back-to-back. 2 high school guys back-to-back. Paid them both near slot or at slot or whatever. I'm just hoping the Orioles or the Dodgers can do that this year. That'd be another. And it hasn't been, it's been 15 years since, so let's have a part 2. That'd be fun to watch.
And I like the idea of and talk about with DJ Svilik last year, like sending guys off together. So especially like if you have a prep hitter, like having a prep outfielder, prep infielder, they're going to go out, right? They're feeding the tea to each other. They're able to do some stuff. I am excited, obviously, about what the Orioles have done. They do such a great job with the player development. There's so many directions that they can go in. Any players specifically for you that you want to give a shout out, like, I really like this guy, these are kind of my gut pick guys, or hey, this is a sleeper for you to be looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, my sleeper for the last couple of months has been Aaron Walton, the center fielder at Arizona. Now, he's not a first rounder. He's not going to go in the first round, but he'll go tonight. He'll go tonight at some point. I'm thinking probably closer to the 3rd, late 2, early 3, somewhere in there. But I've always really liked him. I think Riley Quick and not necessarily not in our mega mock. We took him like 23, 24, somewhere in there. But I think he's undervalued by the industry just because his analytics aren't like, again, he's a sinker slider guy, right? The analytics, the data, the teams, they don't like sinker slider anymore for some reason. But I think he's undervalued. And for me, I'm going to be very, very curious. Another guy I've liked all year, and I know his fastball shape isn't great, and I know he has whatever, but I'm very curious to see where Marcus Phillips goes. A year in junior college 2 years ago. Last year threw 35-ish innings for Tennessee. This year he's taking the ball every weekend for the Vols. Big, strong guy, throws 100, has a slider, has some swing and miss, has posted good numbers. I think that he's a huge ceiling guy for him still. He's still a young puppy, even though he's a junior in college. I'm just curious to see where he goes. I think he should go around 30. I think the industry feels it's a little lower. But that's kind of my guy, and be like just bearing down on like, okay, where's Phillips going?
I'm with you. And from the prep side of things, I think a lot is just in our rankings, right? These were the talent evaluations, and based on kind of the industry and what the buzz has been around, like guys like Brady Ebel. I think the world of Brady Ebel. You actually mocked him in the first round with the D1 guys the other day.
Then I found out he's tough sign, so I'm not sure if I should have mocked. You know what I mean? Tough sign guy. But,
well, shoot, we'll be talking about that later. Any LSU fans out there, what LSU is able to do, especially after last year. At this time, William Schmidt was pulling his name out of the draft last year. But Brady Ebel, huge fan of his. We'll see what happens there. I think somebody will get a big name. Braden Jackson is another one. Prep baseball All-American, top catcher in the class. I keep comping it to a Charlie Condon. Like if he goes off the school, like there could be a Charlie Condon explosion out of the bat. We'll see what happens. He's an Oregon commit. And then Johnny Slawinski and Briggs McKenzie, the two lefties that I'm a huge fan as. I'm really looking at those kind of like those picks 22 through 40, kind of where they would come into play. Curious to see what happens there. And then my guy, Angel Cervantes. Kid's going to pitch in the big leagues. So whatever you want, like that guy is going to pitch in the big leagues. He's tough as nails. Get him behind the lines. It's going to be really fun to see what happens with these guys. I'll give one more because we talked about that high upside looking back into a Mizorowski type situation. Aaron Watson could be a Mizorowski type situation. Loose, right-hander. It's big-time stuff. It could really blossom within an organization. Really made a jump. Florida kid from the Jacksonville area. It's huge stuff, and the arm talent just comes out so easy. It will be upper 90s in the Mizorowski frame mold. He's a better athlete than Mizorowski. I don't want to it just in the rawness of where Mizorowski was as a baby giraffe then.
He was a baby giraffe.
He's a much better athlete, so we'll see what happens there. But I could see Aaron Watson being another one that a team's really pumped to get within their organization. So anyway, it is going to be an awesome night. Congratulations to all the players who hear their names called, but especially to your families because they've been with you the entire time. I'm always excited for the families who really get to enjoy things because most of the players, you're probably thinking big leagues, and you should be, and you can't really put what tonight means into words and emotions like your dad can, or your aunt or your mom or your grandparents, whoever it may be. Let them really cherish it. Take all the pictures you can, answer those phone calls. Really looking forward to the next superstars. And to all of you out there, we will be back for as soon as the first round ends. Pick 27 is done. Commercials will be coming. Shout out to Lance Radzowski and the rest of the guys on the MLB Network who are doing their thing, and also on ESPN as well. As soon as the first round ends, we will come to give our feedback on what we saw in the first 27 picks, and then we will be with you straight out from pick 28 all the way through the end of the night when we wrap it up with, I believe it is the A's at the last slot. Who's 105? No, I think it's the Angels. Angels at 105 will wrap us up there. Shout out to Ryan Prager for getting the Angels that pick. And Seif, enjoy the first round. Who's going 1-1?
I got to go Anderson.
Okay, I'm going Holiday. So to all you guys out there, enjoy the draft. We will see you back here very shortly at the end of the first round. And welcome back after the first round to all who are checking it out here at the MLB Draft. This is the War Room powered by Prep Baseball and Draft HQ. I have about 15 screens open trying to analyze stuff that's been going on. Saif, that got wild in a hurry.
Yeah, from the start it was wild, and then it kind of settled with Kate Anderson for a couple picks. But I think we'll jump right into this more. But our shooter Hunt predicted 8 of the top 27 would be high school shortstops, and he was wrong. There were 11.
I think we set the line at 8. It makes sense that it went over, though. We were looking a year in advance at forecasting for this draft. It was, hey, this is really strong class up the middle, especially from the shortstop side of things. So impressive stuff. I thought the Salvadine pick was a bit surprising just in the first round, but I mean, hit the ball hard, had a great last spring, summer, big time stuff. Yost was a huge pick for the Tigers. We're about to hop into the supplemental stuff. But the Tigers done such a great job. Mark Connor's just such a great job, especially with high school bats. Those guys can hit. And as we talk, Josh Hammond, Prep Baseball All-American, comes off the board. I mean, the Royals right there, Hammond, Gamble, 2 of the better hitters in the class. I think that's dynamite to add to a system that's continued to get those guys, especially to Kansas City, new ballpark, bringing some high upside guys to add to the list with Bobby Witt Jr. and Cags there and the rest of the crew. But Saif, I know you're not locked into the high school guys quite as much, but you got a chance to see Hammond. It's a guy who can really hit, and I would say Gamble's almost a left-handed hitting Hammond if you needed to know a little bit more about a guy you hadn't seen.
Yeah, Hammond impressed me. I saw him 2 years ago at the first Prep Baseball America game there up in Milwaukee. I think he was obviously an underclass then, and he won MVP awards. He was doing it both ways, and man, he was super impressive. Stronger body kid and just competitor. But nice pick by the Royals, and like you said, 2 high school shortstops right there. So that makes 12 of the top 28 high school shortstops. So pretty incredible, but not unpredicted.
Let's see, I'm counting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of our top 15 shortstops are now off the board. I think we talked about coming in. There were more first round evals than there were first rounders. And then we're going to have to tie in a lot of the financials of it. I think right off the jump, you look at the first 2 picks, the Nationals and Angels, I would bet that they're saving money. And I think that each at least $1 million. So that's a lot of money.
I actually, I mean, again, you're the money man. You're the scout and accountant. I try to just stick to scouting, but I'm going to put on my accounting hat here. I think the Nats probably saved $2.5 to $3 million on their first pick.
Wow.
I really do, because I mean, Willits was predicted around 4 or 5. So just take the number for slot 4 or 5 and subtract that from the 11. What was 11 something at?
So the way I looked at it is the record was set 9.25. He immediately signs for 9.5, sets the new record. The guys behind him. That's just, I think that's the way I'd want to do it. But he may have gotten a deal for even more. But that really sets up their subsequent picks coming off of that. Yeah.
No matter how you calculate it, I think it's closer to 2.5. You'll go $1 million or so. I think Bredner was probably a $3 million save because he wasn't really in anyone's top 10. So there had to have been a deal cut there as well, and good for that pick. Now the Angels can free up that much more money later in the draft, and that's how they're going to restock the shelves there in LA.
D-backs continue to do what the D-backs do. Love their first pick. I was saying the D-backs have all these guys that can hit absolute tanks. They're incredible prospects, but they can't ride all the rides at Six Flags. But they are absolutely Mighty Mouse in the box. Love Case and Cunningham, Prep Baseball All-American Game MVP, much bigger. Undersized is the new 6'4", is what I always love to say. And then they add Patrick Forbes here, just electric stuff with that fastball. Can he be? What's the kid from Kentucky that had Fat, one of their starters right now? Is he kind of similar to that with the fastball metrics? I'm curious of the profile.
For starter at Kentucky for Forbes.
No, sorry. Brandon Fat with the D-backs.
Yeah, Fat was a 5th rounder after with the D-backs.
Yeah,
I think Forbes, you're just like the gamble with Forbes is he doesn't develop that second pitch where it's a better than average consistent pitch. He'll flash you a plus slider, but it's not consistent. He's got the little cutter, but it's all hard. There's nothing soft. So that's the risk. There's the reliever risk. But man, if it clicks, he's super athletic. As you know, he's a two-way player until this year. I mean, if it clicks, he's fitting, he's plugging right in the middle of your rotation for a lot of innings. But if not, he's going in the back of your bullpen. So good pick.
Orioles are now on the board. Very excited about what they're going to do. What did you think of their first pick?
The Orioles?
Yes.
Let me catch up here. All right, Orioles. We've got
Ike Irish.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, he was the best college bat on the board at that point. And then the second best, or you can go 1A, 1B. Fisher went right behind him, but the great pick. Probably, I hate to say 9 picks too low. I would not have picked.
So I'm going to stop here. I think we mocked this next pick to the Orioles.
Oh, did we? All right.
With Caden Bodine.
Yeah, actually, we were one off. We went Bodine to the D-backs. So, and then we had the Orioles with Gamble and Conrad, who have both been taken already.
Right around here.
We're close.
But I like the pick, right? Irish Bodine. You're laying a nice, solid foundation of a high floor set of really good players. Oh, Bodine's who I took in the D1 draft. Remember my comment on that?
Yeah, your experts draft because you're kicking Adley out of town. So here comes Caden Adley. Move over.
I think they can go after a high school guy here. I would expect this next pick to go high school unless you have a college guy still on the board.
Oh, 100%. I would agree. And who we have right now, Shooter, we've got some good high school picks. Our top high school right now is Jack Bauer. So let's go big or go home with the left-hander.
I'm sure there's
some enough money.
We'll answer some. Oh, did they have enough money? They have plenty of money, the Orioles, to work with here.
I know how much you love Slowinski, so Slowinski would be a good pick.
Slowinski brings McKenzie. You could go after some arms here, which the Orioles could really use. They've done a great job with the position guys, but getting some arms into the system would be nice as well. Going through that first round, while we have a second here to breathe, while the Orioles are going to slow things down, let the logo really sit on there. The high school guys coming off the board right away. I'm looking straight down. JoJo Parker, the Blue Jays, love it. Steele Hall, huge upside athlete. Carlson coming on the board. That's 3 straight that were all very similar. I would love to see everybody's boards where they had guys situated. We will also have to see what these guys are getting, right? Especially when you look at Kate Anderson, Ethan Holiday, even when you go down to like
Kate Anderson already signed.
He already signed.
They came to terms. Yeah, I think it was $8 million.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they already agreed to terms. So get it done quickly.
Wow. Is he starting next week?
They might run him out there.
You know what? Fiend actually, I'm looking at it kind of similar to Foscue when they took him, kind of a similar profile, bat-wise, right, going to shift around defensively. He's a better defender than Foscue, but similar bat. As the Orioles, hey, we'll just stay in the college world. Aloy. I forgot Aloy was still on the board. So.
Yeah. No, there's some really good college. I mean, Devin Taylor, I hate to say my third favorite. He may have been my first or second favorite. It was Ike Irish, Devin Taylor, and Fisher. I mean, those are just the college bats. Taylor's still on the board. Aloy still on the board. Summerhill, we were told before the draft he was going to fall for a variety of reasons, and he is falling. So prediction right on there. Riley Quick and Zach Root are my top 2 college arms on the board right now.
The thing I'll talk about with all these high school guys going, as much as we loved them, I kept telling you about it. It was intense talks for us putting together our draft board with so many high school players, right? Because it's like more college guys are going to go, but I really felt strongly about, hey, these high school guys are really good. There's a lot of talent here. I think we can continue to push this. I'm glad we ultimately did. Love the Gavin Keelan pick. If you're a Giants fan out there, it just kind of fit the mold. Professional hitter, going to move quick. Witherspoon drop into the Red Sox. They have to be ecstatic, right?
Sure.
With all the bats they have, now this guy, I mean, who's going to stop him from going on a Chase Burns type trajectory of, hey, just cruising into the staff. So that's really fascinating there too. Let me get to the current round as the Brewers come. I always go the Brewers are going to get an arm here. They got their bat, right? Mr. Jersey, all the travels from Duke. I'm talking about Fisher, Duke to Ole Miss to Tennessee, just an absolute force in the middle of the order. like that pick. Daniel Pierce, who we had tons of buzz about, loved his interviews. We talked ad nauseum about him down the stretch. Merrick Houston to the Twins, kind of that safe pick, that guy who can really get out there and play and who may only get better in pro ball. What'd you think about Conrad to the Cubbies? Because that was one of those tough picks because he got hurt.
Right, kind of risky pick. I think Conrad put a first round, evaluation for good reason in the Cape. He was so dominant in the Cape. He did everything. He played defense. He stole bases. He hit for power. Hit for average. You combine that with his first 2 seasons at Marist, which were excellent bat to ball. Showed a lot of the same characteristics and analytics. And then he did have 21 games at Wake, and they were all non-conference games. So they play a pretty light schedule there, non-conference schedule before they get into ACC heavy. But I think Conrad, if the medical checked out, which obviously it did to go 17th in the country, that's a really good pick with a high upside for the Cubbies. And just get back real quick, Anderson side for 8.8. So if you want to put your accounting hat on there and do the Mariners still have quite a bit left in the old kitty, but 8.8 for Cade Anderson.
Big time. I wonder, that's under slot. He does have the surgery that comes along with it, what he had in high school. I will talk about, look at Brady Ebel. I'm just watching a prep baseball All-American taking BP there. He gets taken by the Brewers, which he was in the first prep baseball All-American game there in Milwaukee. So they got a great chance to see him. Love that pick. Outstanding awareness of the zone. Obviously, we talked about in the pre-show just how much we love Brady Ebel. It'll be very exciting to see what happens with him, but he goes to the Brewers there at pick number 32. I'm looking at the Cubbies, though. 4.7. If they happen to get Ethan Conrad on a deal, that can kind of stretch them to that pick 56, which is 1.6. You get it up to 2. You're talking about a higher level player. I'll be curious to see what they do with regards to that. And I think there was a fair amount of that. I'll be curious to see what Yost signs for, what Saldazine signs for. And I actually had to give a shout out to Sean Duncan because Ebel did not have the monster spring, right? His presence on the field is not as loud as Billy Carlson's because just how good Billy is on the dirt and how he can swing it. And Seth Hernandez, even Bingaman didn't have the huge year. And I remember talking with Sean Dunk. I was like, I'm just not sure. He's kind of a little passive in there right now. I know he's going to do it. And Dunk was just like, hey, everybody can see that guy's going to hit. Like it was like one of the easier things to see in Miami. So he gave me that confidence. I got to give Dunk a shout out when I was like, this kid's my favorite. I think I may be biased at this point. So shout out to the Brewers for going after Ebel there, which will be interesting. Those LSU fans who are following along, I thought he may have had a shot. So cross Ebel off your board. I shouldn't say that yet. After last year, who knows? But and even with the Brewers looking back, cross him off your board. Quentin Young's still on there. Fauske still on the board. Those are interesting ones. Although the Red Sox, that sounds like a Fauske spot. Sorry, I need to take a breath, Syfe. I'm so excited for Ebel.
Yeah, you got a couple cold brews you need to see.
Syfe, for the last 8 years, I've been talking about Red Sox drafts and how much I love them, and I love it again. Do you see who they just took?
No, my draft tracker is going slow here.
Well, you know what? They just took Marcus Phillips. So now they got Witherspoon and Marcus Phillips.
They're listening. All right. One of our favorites here. Yeah.
As a Yankee fan, it's really difficult for me to talk about how much I love what the Red Sox keep doing in the draft. But really awesome stuff. I'm trying to go through some more with regards to just seeing that. Seth Hernandez, outstanding. Doyle going at 5, kind of like drops down there. Arquette going at 7 to the Marlins. Kind of, hey, we want to get this college guy has a chance to be a foundational dude. Conrad, Case and Cunningham, we go through. Nyans to the Astros. Like as soon as the Astros came up, it was just like, this is Nyans. This fits. They're going to be able to do a lot with him. Huge upside, impact the ball. Love that pick by them. Gamble, KC, like that also makes a lot of sense. Pairing him with Hammond, we talk about that. It is outstanding. And then I didn't even see the Padres took True Schoolcraft, like the first big lefty off the board, headed to San Diego from out my way, up in the upper 90s, 6'8" lefty. Gage Wood, Jace Lavalette will be talked about. I mean, Cleveland going after a high upside guy like that, outstanding. Man, Syfe, I'm cruising right now.
Man, I'm trying to.
I'll keep you up to date. Bremner,
My draft tractor is way off, so I know Major League Baseball is not listening to me right now, but
if
let's go here.
So Angels pick at 2, and I think we kind of hinted at this throughout the lead up the last 3 weeks. Their pick at 47 becomes another first rounder. So like,
right.
There are guys that have not been chosen. I think you have to throw away the pick number, the round, but like that Angels second pick is a first rounder. Unless they want to stretch it to the third pick and try to go after some guys like that, they could easily get to $3 million on that pick 47. I'm sure agents or their own accounting systems chopping things up. We talked about we're just going to keep talking about bats, that the Tigers, high school bats. Michael Oliveto comes off the board to the Tigers. So Yost and Oliveto, 2 left-handed hitters, high school, bat to ball. Seif, this, I don't want to say it's a definite, first Yale commit to not go to school.
Yeah, you were talking about the other day. Could be interesting.
So again, I'll be curious to see Yost into Oliveto, what these signing bonuses are and how they're structuring it. Right now, the way it's eyeing who those guys took. Now they're really good bats. I love the upside, and as you know, I love high school hitters. I love the projection of it. I would venture to believe that the Tigers will have a significant amount of money to spend throughout this draft moving forward. So keep that in mind as we continue on. Although, shoot, that's all. Let's see. Tigers pick again at 62. So we will hear from them again tonight and then again at 98. So you're talking about 2 more really good picks. Recruiting class, any college baseball fans out there listening right now, the Tigers are not being friendly to you, and they will continue to not be friendly. I would imagine the Pirates will not be friendly to you. Angels will not be friendly. And the Nationals now with a lot of money, there are going to be some high school guys. This may be a bit of Seif going back to what we talked about with our board. A depleted college class in 3 years.
Yeah, no, especially in the shortstop department, huh? They're just getting hammered.
Well, you know, if I shift over to shortstops that are still on the board for us, Nick Becker is the only one. So the top 9 are done. Nick Becker is still out there. Coy James at 11. He's an Ole Miss commit. Becker's UVA. Josh Owens still out there. Anticipate him signing. Aiden West is still out there. We will see what happens. So in the end, we may be looking at the top 20 shortstops not going to college, and that might be one of the more insane feats that we've seen in the draft in recent memory.
Yeah, and we'll be feeling the effects in 28. So,
like, it's impressive. And like you look at a couple of guys. So Connor Griffin would have been in this class. He obviously classed out last year. Steele Hall and Willits would have been in next year's class. So like those guys boosted up, and we got 20 plus as the Mariners are set to come to the clock here in a second. Obviously up the middle, getting those guys who can win. We have some questions here. Rhett the Jet, can I answer these in here or on YouTube? Shoot me a note on that aspect. Or you can respond, shoot me the questions but some recruiting classes are about to be in peril. Luke Stevenson comes off the clock. Man, you know what? The Mariners just kind of, Scott Hunt, those guys do a great job anyway.
They do. They do a great job every year.
Like Cade Anderson falling to you at 3. It's like, hey, don't overthink what's going on here. This guy's going to pitch in the big leagues. And then to get Luke Stevenson to buy in on the fact of they've done a great job with catchers, obviously. Why not get another catcher who can hit?
Exactly.
What's the big dumper part 2? Like he's going to have to get a nickname too, right? Luke Stevenson.
He will definitely. Yeah. The Carolina dumper, maybe.
My kids are already excited for the home run derby tomorrow. Stevenson. So Twins back on. Twins kind of went safe with Merrick Houston, but like nice pick, shortstop.
Yeah. That's probably the only pick. And Merrick Houston, he is a nice player, great defender. It'll be interesting to see how much power he gets to in pro ball. But I just thought there were a handful of other better options. But again, I'm not sitting in the big chair. I don't know the deals. I don't know the physicals, the medicals, all that fun stuff. But yeah.
Let's see. If I look at that pick, he's going to get at least 4.5. The slot's 5-1. Shoot, he may get 5. We shall see. I'm not going to bring that up on the bats. Yeah, I like what the Mariners are doing. I really like that. Love that the Gage Wood pick, getting to the Phillies there. I think Phillies fans are going to be ecstatic about that. Obviously, the Red Sox. Any others, Scythe? I can't believe I missed Schoolcraft, the guy down the street from me. We've been seeing him since he was 12 years old. Awesome stuff. Padres love lefties. I don't think there's anything that they love more than left-handed arms. Twins.
I was kind of surprised Eloy went as low as he did. 31's a good spot to go, but I thought he'd probably go about 10 higher. But I think that could turn into a great pick. I mean, there's Javi Baez upside there if he can just eliminate some of that swing and miss, because he's shortstop, an electric shortstop, hits with power. He may be a 260 hitter, but he's gonna hit 30 home runs. So he's gonna
have a lot of protect, like that lineup that's going to go off for the next 3 years and kind of be together with a lot of guys as Riley Quick comes off the board to the Twins. So the Twins go with Houston, nice, followed by Quick. So like some upside there with Quick. He was a draft stock, or was he? No, he's a junior.
Quick's a junior. Yeah, he did have Tommy John as last year. Came back early, so I think there's still projection with him. But With that said, that's a pretty conservative draft for the Twins so far.
I'll say right now we only have one or two high school guys off the board, pitching wise. So we have one righty in Seth Hernandez, one lefty in Cruz Schoolcraft. As the Orioles come to the board here in a sec. Anything else, Syke, that you're seeing outside the fact that you're probably sitting there like, I wish some of these college guys would go so I would be able to talk some more.
Well, yeah, here comes the next Orioles pick. We were speculating when they got the trade with the Rays right here. We were going to Ianson, so hey, here maybe another college arm off the board. But no, I was going to say I think if you talk about quick movers too, like this is the point where 6 guys from last year's draft are already in the big leagues. 5 of those were from the first round. So I was going to ask you, who do you think? Who's your Christian Moore comp or your Nick Kurtz comp right now of all the college guys that have been taken?
For like, hey, this guy dropped, like we loved both those guys last year.
More just like, hey, he got to the big leagues in less than 300 pro at bats. Who's going to be that guy?
I mean, all these arms, Scythe. I mean, Bremner's going to be out. Kate Anderson's going to be out. Like those guys are going to get rushed. Doyle, we'll see what the Cardinals and the direction that they head in. But I would say, depending on the Phillies, like they're going to be in a position to like win for the foreseeable future. A guy like that, get him going as another Oregon. You know what? That fits right there. Orioles taking Slater DeBrun. I think that is an outstanding pick for them. Bat the ball specialist who can really run. Another Oregon kid, former future gamer. Like Orioles, like I like what they're doing right now. I like it. Let's see what the pick number is for the Orioles. So they're looking at 37, 2.6. They're just going to continue to stretch. The Orioles are going to walk away with this with a lot of prospects. So this is the first high school outfielder off the board.
They should. They have like 19 picks today, don't they?
Although I'm trying to figure out right now I think I'm just loving the Red Sox. So right now, with where they're at, they've done such a great job with the position guys, getting those arms. As the Mets come to the board, this is where the draft tracker splits because of the Dodgers. I'm having trouble here with the split. So where are the Mets? Because the Mets should be coming up here. This is the Mets' first pick. So Syfe, now we come into our 3 straight, right? Mets, Yankees, Dodgers.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a good gauge on where we're headed with these teams based on this pick coming up. The Mets pick 2.5. They got one of the lower bonus pools. That's what slot is here. They could definitely go over slot. I mean, if Nick Becker came off the board here, that would be an over slot guy. Like this is.
I think maybe they go for Michael Conforto 2.0 and Devin Taylor. I've long compared those two as far as what they could be as Devin Taylor, what he could become as a big leaguer. So maybe they'll go that direction, or Summerhill is the next college bat off the board.
What about Jack Bauer? Maybe they're just saying we're throwing it all in. We're going after Jack Bauer. All those lefties still on the board, which is very fascinating. Again, I still think like the Angels and Nationals next picks, you have to keep an eye on. The Tigers next pick, you have to keep an eye on. Those have a chance to be like really high profile high school guys still, even though we're moving further down the board. As a reminder, I believe it was 25 guys from a year ago on the high school side signed for 7 figures. So keep an eye on that. Actually, let me see. Nope, 37 7-figure bonuses from last year. The 3 million threshold was hit at pick for 13. So 13 of those guys last year got 3 million plus. I think we went into it thinking it would be closer to like 18. So we're kind of on par for that potentially because of how strong the class is. As we continue to march on here, and we will be with you for the remainder of the show. If you want to hang around, send in some questions. We're trying to get after it with probably some recruiting class questions for sure. Brady Evil, big fan of Brady Evil. We got I'm sorry, I'm going through some messages here, Saif.
Yeah, no worries. I was trying to figure out the draft tracker. It's the most disorganized thing in these rounds where there's one pick in the comp round and one in the.
I don't even know where the Mets pick is. Do you go back to the first?
38. Yeah, you go back to the first.
Oh, okay.
It's right for 38's right after 27 for some reason.
I'm like, I don't know where to head in. As I'm talking, shout out to Bend, Oregon, Summit High, Thump Coffee especially here, as I think Jess Mendoza lives in Bend. So her getting to interview Slater DeBrun, very cool. Orioles grabbing those college guys early, set the foundation. Upside, Prepster there. Who else is on the board from our high school? So Devin Taylor, would you think that he's in the mix here? Mets, Yankees.
I would sure hope so. You know, the Mets don't have, as you said, they don't have a ton of money. I mean, if I believe he's Michael Conforto 2.0, right? Like, I'm all in on Devin Taylor. So if I'm the Mets, I'm picking him here. But again, their draft room, their money, their plan.
If looking forward, and Rhett, if you can share with me some of the questions. Sorry, Rhett the Jet in the side session, maybe share it on Slack or something. So we can answer some of them. A lot of the prep right-handers are still in the mix, right? And I would think they're kind of getting pushed down as the lefties keep hanging around and all these position guys keep going off the board. You kind of have to grab them. Right now, like, again, still have to keep those picks in. But if I'm Mississippi State, the fact that Jack Bauer has not gone off the board yet, the fact that Landon Harmon has not gone off the board yet, the fact that a lot of their guys so far outside of JoJo Parker, who was assumed to go, please go to our YouTube channel to check out any questions on there, to send in any questions on the YouTube channel, especially with regards to recruiting classes. Let's see, lefties, still all the lefties out here. This will be curious to see. And it's nice that they gave the Mets and the Yankees and the Dodgers a little extra time here. They went back to first round timing for these guys. Let's check the board. We got guys coming up. Okay, Fausti's still on there. Like LSU, I said, like, keeping Quentin Young or Fausti or Ebel. They've obviously lost Ebel. Keeping one of those guys would be a huge win as the Mets go after Mitch Voigt, Michigan, two-way, Super 60 guy.
I was kind of right. Taylor Big Ten, Voigt Big Ten. So here we go.
Is that a full slot guy? It's only
I would say not, but I know he had a ton of late season helium. He put together great years, infielder he's got some power, good bat to ball. He's similar to Taylor. He just plays infield and not the outfield as far as things they can do with the stick. You know, they're both hitter first. I would think there might be a little money saving there. But again, that one's hard to say. Usually the college guys in the last many years have signed for slot or right at slot. You know, there's not a lot of discount in the college guys unless it's in the first, 10 picks overall. But once you get down this low through the end, well, not through the end, but until you get to the 4th round, 5th round, when they start drafting seniors to save a ton of money.
Let me ask, because the Yankees are coming on the clock right before. Does Summerhill make sense to the Yankees?
Yeah, I mean, he made sense, right? Like we heard he was going to slide. He is sliding. I didn't think he'd slide this far because people are talking to him about him around pick 10, right? Just 3-4 weeks ago. Hey, he's going to go 10, 12, somewhere there. So to slide to 39, sure, the Yankees probably swoop him up. I would think Zach Root would be a very attractive target to the Yankees. At this point, all the college guys. I mean, my next college guys are with Devin Taylor, Summerhill, Zach Root, Anthony Ianson, Dean Curley, Alex Lodis. Those are next, and then the next pitcher would be AJ Russell. So I think all those guys are in play here.
And I still think there's more shortstops to come off the board from the high school level. Like I still think more of those guys will keep going. I think teams had plans, right? Kansas City obviously had a plan. They take Gamble, they take Hammond. We're going to get these guys, pair them up, really good bats, have a chance to continue to go. Tigers getting Yost and Oliveto, very similar, projectable. Got to add some strength to these guys, but left-handed sticks to bat the balls there is something we can develop. The Guardians getting a huge upside, right? If you're sitting in there, what are the chances we had Jace Lavalette a year ago, right? If you're sitting
Right.
there, that's what you have to say to yourself. We have a chance to get this guy here. The same way the Phillies a couple years ago, Aiden Miller's here. Like, whoa, Aiden Miller's sitting here? Yeah, we're going to take this kid. And he's gotten off to an excellent start there. Mitch Voigt, okay. We're giving the Yankees a hole. Oh, the pick is in, though. Very, very fascinating start to the draft, especially with Summerhill on here. A lot of the top of our board, I'm just sifting through these high school guys. A lot of arms kind of in here where because the position guys are going, I think every team's like, we have to get the position guys. We can kind of hold off and keep kicking down the road our pitchers. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting for this. Let's see. Barnett, Jacob Parker still in the mix. Tate and Gray. Some college. It's about time for some college guys to start coming too after we wrap up officially the first round and can move on to our next page, Saif. Anything else from you that you were noticing throughout?
No, it got crazy early, kind of settled in, and now it's not all over the place. I mean, all these guys are, amongst our top 50, top 60 players that we had, but it's so much based on signability. And like I mentioned, we don't have their medical records. We don't have their personality tests, if you want to call them that, things of that nature. We just evaluate them as prospects. So it's going kind of as planned in that regard.
I'm sifting through some questions on Twitter. I do love that. Case of Cunningham to the D-backs just fits like a glove. Awesome stuff.
I got some feedback on Twitter as well. I compared Ike Irish to Kyle Schwarber, right? Kind of clunky college catchers, probably don't really, have a realistic chance staying back there, left-handed sluggers. They didn't really care for my Kyle Schwarber comp, so they don't think Ike Irish as highly as I do. But it wasn't really a question. I know you're looking for questions. It was more.
What is this? The psychology couch where you're telling us about hitting Twitter got to you?
It didn't get to me. No, it didn't get it. There's only been one time Twitter's gotten to me. That was many years ago, and I've recovered. So.
Oh, there you go. I do have I'm looking at a question just on NIL and the impact of NIL on these high school guys. Right now, it's not having a huge impact.
No,
I'll tell you about that much. Like, it doesn't seem like it's doing very much for these high school guys. I wonder
in another round, it's going to have an impact on the current college guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm like, Curly, all of a sudden you start thinking about who these guys might be heading back as the Yankees step up to the board here.
And I hope sophomore eligible college players in the top that are top 3 round talents do sign and do not go back, because it is not a good. It's not a good chance if you do go back.
All I can say is, there are some 4-year guys that are going to need to be at different schools playing shortstop, because the Yankees just took another prep guy, Dax Kilby, another Georgia product, 6'3", left-handed hitter, can really run. It's just going to continue to come off the board. They had a great success, or what's looking like great success with George Lombard after a futures year to start here. The first half, let me see how many of our shortstops now as Kilby comes off the board. I think
it's
that's
13.
13 of 16.
I think so.
So, and there's still good ones on the board. Like I still think some of these other guys are going to come off. But Kilby, another big pick, just like Daniel Pierce, to go out there and get a young guy, projectable. I'll be curious again about the signing bonus as always. Syfe, any thoughts on? We already we had a question on the Cubs pick. We just talked about the Ethan Conrad pick, didn't we?
Yes, we certainly did. There's a little risk with the injury, but there's a high upside. I hate to throw these comps out there, but he's very athletic. Can he stay in center field? Probably not, but he profiles well to right field, left field, first base. And center field in a pinch, right?
Hey, how important was the K just getting a longer track record? Because he was at Marist, he transfers over, he was kind of a COVID recruit. It was initially a two-way, left-handed pitcher too. But you get those good looks, which makes it easier. Like, hey, there's something here, and you can actually go in and fight. Which is why I think seeing these underclassmen having that longer track record's really good for us. Which is why I always bang the pots and pans on being at the MPI, which a lot of these guys were, including Daniel Pierce. But tell me about that longer track record and how necessary it was in case something like this happens throughout the year.
Yeah, if he doesn't post the numbers he did, or perform the Cape last summer like he did, if he just goes 2 years at Marist and 21 games at Wake Forest, no, he's more of a. I mean, the tools are certainly still there. The athletic body is certainly still there. Those are all still there, but just without that proven record of performance, I think that eliminates more than half the clubs, right? So he's certainly not a first rounder. How deep he goes second, on day one, how deep he goes in the second round, that's up for debate. But he's certainly not he certainly doesn't have first round value if he doesn't perform in the Cape. Your summer is so important. So important to hear.
Having those just having that track record is really important. And it's I can't say enough to the area scouts who get out there and do their thing. They're starting the summer, they're crossing over, there's all sorts of stuff. It's such an integral part of our game. I know I'm going to be out on the road starting next week for a while, and I'll see them all again, this and that. So awesome stuff there. I'm still peppering the shortstops, which I thought going in, the outfield class was a little light in the high school side. Slater DeBrun goes. I think he was, let's see, where was he at? He was at number 3 on our board. But the shortstops, I'm still looking like some shortstop is going to be a top 10 pick, you would think, out of college, right? Is that something to be discussed? Like, right, Nick Becker's sitting here, the one guy who's kind of our top guy. Does he start looking around like, hey, there's going to be nobody else? Like, who else is going to challenge me in the 28 draft?
I mean, these guys better than me, but Aiden West is another high school shortstop on the board.
As the Dodgers come up to wrap. Oh, there you go, Syfe. Zach Root, spin win.
Okay.
Like it. You know what? That's not fair. You can't put Zach Root in the Dodgers system. That shouldn't be allowed.
Rich get richer, right?
Oh, my gosh. Good for them. Tell us a little bit about Zach Root, who was formerly at ECU, headed over to Arkansas this year.
Yeah, first 2 years at East Carolina, headed Arkansas, where, just I say a 5-pitch lefty, but tremendous feel. He kind of is what he is. He's put together strong. There's no lankiness or really much projection, but what he is really good. He'll run his fastball up to 97. He commands it. He'll cut the breaking ball in there, spin the breaking ball in there, and he's got a plus, if not a better changeup. So ton of swing and miss in 3 pitches, super competitive strike thrower. Again, he is what he is, but what he is a quick mover. And, for my money, he's really similar to Detmer, who spent, a year and a half in the minor leagues out of Louisville, and became part of the Angels rotation. I know he's kind of struggled a little bit since that initial season, but very similar as far as being a quick moving, limited projection college left-hander.
Like, sensational stuff. I'm looking, the Rays are coming up. That's a dangerous pick for you college baseball fans. We
got another Dodgers pick though here, first shooter.
I'm looking at Quentin Young. What round is this Dodgers pick in now?
Man, you know what? I'm fishing around right now.
Oh, there it is. The competitive balance A. We're back to competitive balance A. But that even the Marlins pick will be interesting. That's a chance for them to go after a high school guy. I still think Aaron Watson's on the board. That's an arm I would love. Angel Cervantes here to one of these next three teams. Hometown kid. Like, yes, it's a prep righty, but those are some talented guys. And then the lefties, again, are still on the board. Briggs McKenzie. If I'm LSU, hey, Briggs McKenzie's still floating around out there. He just watched Kate Anderson go 3rd overall. You never know.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in the Orioles and the Dodgers right now. They didn't take my challenge on finding Randall Gerchuk, Mike Trout version 2 from 2009 by going back to back with high school. Orioles could have done a 30-31. They went college with Bodine and Aloy, and Dodgers could have done it here at 40-41, but they already started off the route. So
well,
they're not getting it done either, Shooter.
The Dodgers are just sitting there in Fayetteville. That's what they were doing because they went after Charles Davalon here.
Oh, you think so? I think it's a little too.
Oh no, I know they did. No, it just happened.
Oh, it just happened.
Yeah,
that's too tall for me. But hey, yeah, they got 2 for 1 there. All right.
Arkansas. There you go. Didn't have to go very far to see those guys. But tell us a little about Davalon. I know everybody remembers what happens in the World Series. Hopefully, they remember more how good he was the rest of the year.
Right, exactly. You can't hold that against him. But tremendous bat to ball, has some solid pop too, probably average raw power. But there's really good bat to ball. He's a kid. 1 year at Florida Atlantic, he's a Canadian kid, so he's draft eligible as a sophomore, Arkansas. But I saw him in the fall when they hosted Oklahoma State for a couple of games. I was like, all right, top 5 round guy, 4th, 5th round. He's a little undersized. He's 5'10", but he's put together strong. And then he just kept hitting, and he just kept rising and rising. I think we had him on, let's see here. We had him ranked, and this is just on the college side, we had him ranked 47th on the college side. So if you add about, I don't know, that's probably about 77 overall, and he just went 41 overall. So just a guy with helium throughout the year, and
It's wild with the Dodgers now. You think about like, what did we miss? What are they analyzing? What did the analysts find that we are undervaluing or overvaluing? I like perpetually think about that, and then I run it against my own algorithms in my head, and I end up in a dark place and just need to go take a walk. So I will not try to catch up to the Dodgers.
We had him 62 on our mega mock, and here he goes. So we're in the ballpark. So.
But this is again where like things get shifted around. Let's see what the Dodgers will pick again.
Yeah, the head scratcher for me right now is Devin Taylor. I don't know what he did.
The Dodgers will pick again at 65, so like I could see them extending that.
Yeah, I just don't like for me, Devin Taylor. I don't know how he fell this far. He should have been picked 15, 20 picks ago. And Summerhill, man, I don't understand that one either.
The Rays may be taking Summerhill right here as they step to the board. Saif, I'll clue you in.
Yeah, your draft tracker is way.
There you go, Summerhill to the Rays. I mean, that's one. I just feel like you can't let him go any further. So I wonder if Taylor versus Summerhill was thought about in that room.
It should have been.
Yeah.
The 2 best college bats left, right?
Yeah. Again, awesome night for these guys. And like as somebody who fell in a draft, and it's not the best feeling. You're still in a great spot, and especially headed to Tampa Bay for Summerhill, who has done a great job with hitters, like especially left-handed hitters. They seem to have a great plan for guys like that. And Braden Taylor's in the system, Xavier Isaac's in the system. I'm trying to think of the rest of the guys that they've kind of cruised into there. Summerhill hit the ground running. He's a tough Chicago kid. He'll be ready to go. But I think a really good pick by there's been a couple times tonight where I'm like, this is like, we're not thinking too hard anymore. Like there's guys on the board that we need to get off the board.
Yes.
And I think Kate Anderson at 3 was like, hey, and the fact that they got him for $1 million under slot. One, I think about the physical when it comes to that, but like, hey, get this guy off the board. He's going to pitch in the big leagues. Like this.
Yeah, what a good feeling if you're in the Mariners draft room, right? You're setting up your draft board. And you just set Kate Anderson over here, like, yeah, he's not going to be there, right? Not going to be there. And all of a sudden, the first pick is Willits. And you're like, huh. And then the second pick, you're like, oh my gosh, we just got Kate Anderson. And like, it was probably a guy I'm sure they talked about in length, but certainly not in the same length as other guys who thought they were thinking that we're going to be there for 3. So what a great feeling, I'm sure, was just in their draft room.
I think this is one of the few drafts where it's like we'd rather have the second pick. Like it's kind of, there's some crapshoot to this. I'd rather have like the second pick and not have to actually make the hard decision. We got a question in on the Tennessee recruiting class. What does this do to the Tennessee moving forward, losing so many high schoolers in the draft? Nothing. This has been planned for. Billy Carlson was not going to school. they were not thinking about having him. I know it's like fun to have on. That's why a big reason why we don't do the recruiting rankings so early on. Like, I'll give you a feed of it, but like that guy's not getting to school. Like, he's gone, so we're gonna pretend he's not here. There are other guys that factor in that are really important to that class yet, though. At Tennessee, that I think will end up making it based on what we're seeing right now. Like, there are certain guys for me, it's like this guy's going to explode when on campus. Nathan Eisfelder, like, he was at IMG, so there's a chance we're going to hear him in the top 3 rounds, maybe early tomorrow. That's a guy getting on campus. He blows up into somebody Sife's talking about as a top 30 pick in 3 years because he can really hit. So there are other guys. The Vols will be more than fine losing these guys, and they were not planning on it. And I think one of the things I wrote in D1 article that we had up with the lefties, Schoolcraft, Appenzeller. Schoolcraft felt like he was going to go. If they can keep Appenzeller, that's going to be a huge win for Frank Anderson, Tony Vitello, and the rest of the staff to continue to blossom and mold. Although I will say, Sife, Coons is dominating the Cape right now, and he may be gone next year pretty early because he's a draft soft, right?
Yes, please so.
Excellent question, though. Let's see. Marlins coming. I feel high school. Quentin Young feels right here. That's just all I'm going to say. Cam Canarella. Forgot he was on the board, Scythe. So Arquette, Canarella. I kind of felt like after last year they took the 2 high school guys early on. College guys were going to be the Marlins route this year.
Run of college outfielders here. So,
any others left? Devin Taylor.
My Devin Taylor. That one guy. Yeah.
Devin Taylor. The White Sox are on the board now. Like that feels good.
That feels good. Yes, I know. I think the White Sox just got their pocket pick there, though. I know they were huge fans of Canarella. So to have him fall one short of your lap probably doesn't feel real good now. So they might be certainly not in scramble mode because you always have 1A and 1B. But I know he was a favorite of that organization.
Cam Canarella in the City Connect black Miami Marlins jerseys, electric. Let's get it. Let's make it happen. Sorry, Scythe. We went into a little fashion action there.
Yeah.
That was the fashion portion of the show. So we're cruising in the second round now. We're 43 picks down. I'm not doing a good job of counting. I should have hired some accounting interns for the summer. Scythe. That's my own fault there.
Yeah.
Of the high school guys, how many high school shortstops are we at now? Let's see. 1 through 9 off the board. Coy James still. Hey, Ole Miss fans. Coy James still there. Although I shouldn't do this.
You're cheering that he gets picked.
Yeah,
I know how you work.
These guys are all
anything from Jersey, Mississippi State. And my college got Taylor, Curley, and Lodis as my top 3 hitters, and Arms, Ianson, J.D. Thompson, and Joe Zuera, a couple lefties there. So
I like Zuera. I keep thinking Corey Lupke.
Good options.
Corey Lupke. Shout out to anybody from Ohio listening. Corey Lupke, Ohio State lefty. I think the Padres took him.
That sounds right.
So the Rockies are coming up. You'd think they need to raise the level of what they're going to give Ethan Holiday. Although I also think there's you probably have to use this as a second first rounder, right? The Rockies need to restock. They need to get after some stuff. They're not in a good spot at the big league level. So really getting an influx of talent. I would attack a high school guy here. The Marlins are going to pick again at 46. 2 high school guys to start. 2 college guys to start. This is where I start thinking, like, again, the high school. Quentin Young's still on the board. Sorry, LSU. I'm going to keep throwing that out there. We'll see if he makes it, although I talked about Ebel or Quentin Young would immediately step into third base, right? The third base position vacated. Braswell's gone. Danny Dickinson's in the mix coming. So, like, those guys are gone. That is a strong pull. And again, to tie back to, you start looking ahead 3 drafts from now. These high school guys, we are now depleted in the infield. Like, we're going to have 20 shortstops off the board pretty soon here. Because I had what we said, 13 and 16, but also I had Nyans was a third baseman for us. Fiend probably gets sent off at shortstop, kind of similar. I had Fiend kind of similar to Gavin Grohovac. So what you would have seen from Gavin Grohovac coming out of high school, that's what Fiend was. They just got Gavin Grohovac before he became freshman All-American, right? He may be a top 10 pick next year. Gamble in the same mold. Quentin Young. So you could have labeled all those guys shortstops. So, Saif, you got a question here.
All right, fire away.
As a former Philly scout, what did you think of the Gage Wood pick? Should he have went higher?
Should he went higher? Yes, loved it. I think that thing that didn't hold the thing that held him back from not being top 10, top 12 overall. Like, this is a guy. Yeah, I know he's 6 foot. I know he's 210. There's not a ton of projection, but this guy is the best fastball in college baseball. Him and Liam Doyle. Those are the best 2. Wood is an instant bullpen arm for him. They want to rest him for a little bit longer, build him back up here, put him in their pen in September. He's that type of guy. He is that dominant. And his curveball is, I hate to say just as good, but his curveball is a +2 better pitch as well. So the Phillies did really, really good with the pick. Expect to see him in the big leagues again in short time.
I mean, talking with Lance Brzezowski a little bit about the profile of the fastball and the break, it was just like, this is electric stuff. I thought if I had heard Gage Wood's name go in the top 10, I would have had a similar reaction to when Cade Horton went back in, 22, 23, whatever it was, now in the big leagues with the Cubs. He probably moves fast, no? Do you start him in Double-A? Like, where is he going to move to?
Gage Wood, I think you bring him in an organization, you build him up a little bit, you give him a couple of innings in Double-A. I'm serious. This is a guy that being that Cubby bullpen, I'm a big Cub fan. They need a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but they definitely need some bridge arms, and he's one. Like, I'm telling you, he should be in the big league soon.
Trying to get to some of the twig. I got a couple Twitter questions. The NIL situation, I think we're probably going to see at some point, like not yet, right? I've talked about LSU. LSU's coming to the mix with the NIL considerably, right? Ebel's already gone. Quentin Young and Fauske still being on the board. I thought Fauske was the best hitter in the class. Like, this was the best pure guy, has a chance to continue to get better. The fact that he's still out here, although the Sox are on the board, he's a Chicagoland kid. That's interesting. I don't want to jinx anything right now, but hey, the pull starts getting stronger in the SEC, right? The Texas Fiends off the board for Texas. Pack is still out there. You have a lot of big arms for the University of Texas there. A&M. Like, Slawinski's still there. Texas
right.
A&M. Right? And we talk about SEC. How many SEC arms are going to go each year? There's a lot of them. So now you start looking at this class, you start forecasting a little bit. You go off and you become the dude. Briggs McKenzie, LSU. Johnny Slawinski, Texas A&M. Cam Appenzeller, lefty, going to Tennessee. You start looking at, hey, Cade Anderson just got $8.5 million or 8 whatever. That's $8 million versus the 3 you may get here. Those may be some things you're thinking about. And if you're a fan, that's what you should be looking at. Timmy Piacentini, did he play in the draft league, Saif? Canadian kid.
What is his name?
He's committed to Miami. Tim Piacentini. I think he's going to go. I'm sorry, Miami. We'll see what happens with regards to the NIL situation. You guys would you guys as fans of the U will know better than I. But he had a really good end of the spring. Did a good job in the Canadian stuff. It's a big physical left-handed stick.
Okay, I know he did not play. He made a play in that series when they played the Canadian national team, but he is not a draft leaguer as far as being on a Trenton or a Williamsport or a team, affiliate team.
No, he had a good spring. And it's a physical bat, but stranger things have happened. Eric Peralta, another big righty. He was at our Super 60. I would say we'll see. Whoa, we're actually getting numbers on here. For that money, I'd head on down. There's no state income tax. I would probably get like a condo down there. Make sure of that. But Peralta would be one I want to get. It's just bowling ball stuff, mid to upper 90s. Big physical frame. I thought 2 years ago he could have pitched in Double-A. He was just throwing a lot of strikes with the fastball slider. A little bit of effort there, maybe some injury concern if you really broke it down fully. But big physical kid. Again, you guys would know better about the actual numbers, the NIL. Oh, Seif, I did it. I'm sorry. I didn't need to do this to LSU.
You jinxed him? You jinxed him.
Falski just came off the board to the White Sox. So it's like this, it fits. Falski, left-handed hit back, Montgomery, Teo, other Montgomery. You could just start ripping off all the left-handed bats. He fits in there. Excellent pick for the White Sox. One of my favorite bats in the class. So another prep baseball All-American there.
I got a question for you, Shooter.
Okay.
Why hasn't Tatum Gray been selected at this point?
You know what? I think he's more of a second, third rounder. That's where I would have had it. And you know, like an Iowa Prepster bat, is there some swing and miss? You're kind of worried about some things like that. I will say he's committed to Oregon just like Braden Jackson. These are guys that immediately move into top on-campus players. Again, I feel like Jackson may be in the mix here with the Rockies, but those are Oregon. They would be huge assets in college baseball, especially in the Big Ten. Kind of step in right away. But we'll see what happens. This is starting to churn up to like Tatum Gray time. Braden Jackson, Falski just came off the board. What are the Rockies going to do here? Are there any pitchers left for the Rockies from the college side?
Oh, we have plenty of arms.
We talked about zero.
I mean, for me, Ianson would be a good fit. I know people don't like the shape of his fastball, but he has 2+ breaking balls. That's how he gets most of his outs. But he's the top pitcher on the board. And then AJ Russell, you're taking a little flyer there with the injury history, but AJ Russell.
Well, you know what, Saif? I think the Angels might do that. The Rockies just went with Middleton, JB Middleton from Southern Miss. The Angels and Marlins are coming up with the A's. Like there's some arms about set to come off here. But JB Middleton, tell me about him because he had a huge spring. I was getting a lot of buzz about him.
Yeah, Middleton, you know, he's a 6-foot right-hander, so he does have that. There's not a ton of projection, but he's a supreme strike thrower with 3 pitches in the Sun Belt Conference. I think his slider and changeup and fastball are all like 90th percentile swing miss pitches. But he'll sit 93, 95. He'll touch a little higher, but he really improved a lot from his. He was always good, but he really put together his junior year. Really dominant numbers.
I got a question about Slater and Braun. We kind of talked about that when he got selected. He's in my backyard. How he's developed with the Orioles. Orioles have done an outstanding job. I would love to go to Orioles camp to just see the way that they structure and go about it. I've heard about like just the competition aspect of it and just how much they put into the position player training. I think he needed, like Slater Braun was playing 5A baseball in Oregon, which is not mega talented. He needs some big at bats like to get against some guys. So if he didn't go out immediately and thrill you, you'll still see a ton of energy. It's a plus run tool. He's going to get after there. He just needs to get some polish. So going out there and getting that experience, that's what those backfields gives you. It's one of the things that's, difficult about going to school, right? You're going to the SEC, you got to perform right away versus, hey, you can go and take some lumps. We're going to bring you along. As we almost forgot about the man who was hitting absolute missiles at the draft combine, Brandon Compton off the board to Miami, who really attacks a guy who can hit the ball with some authority.
Yeah, good pick. He struggles a little bit with the swing and miss, but he was launching. No, I don't think they're using standard baseball, but I think they're using more pebble baseballs, tighter baseballs, but some crazy exit velos from the draft combine. But Compton was the leader, just launching baseballs. He just 2 years at Arizona State. He redshirted his freshman year, had some injuries, but put together a great redshirt freshman year. And then didn't hit for much average this spring, 280 maybe. hit with some power, showed good exit velocities, and strikeout rate was just a little bit too high, in the low 20s. But not a bad pick. Yeah, it's got some pretty good upside here for early in the second round.
Devin Taylor still on the board as Chase Shores. I was going to say an arm should be coming off here for the Angels. Chase Shores off the board with his triple-digit heater. Really flourished in the bullpen once he got out of the starting role for LSU.
Yeah, he's up to 102 this year, and for the last half of the year they put him in the pen, and I think everybody saw at the College World Series just how dominant he can be. He had no problem going through lineups late in the year, especially in Omaha.
Angels A's on the board. This is where I kind of had Jax. I think we mocked Jaxa here, where he's kind of been similar with their second pick, guy from NorCal. They've succeeded with these right bats. Followed by the Nats, Pirates, Reds, Rangers, Rays. I just feel like these high school arms are getting set to like really get after it. So if you can get past here, college coaches and recruiting coordinators, if you get past this little section with your big arms, it gets a little bit better. Although I do think some considerable money is going to stretch into day two, especially the third and fourth rounds. So those will be some really good players. As the A's are on the board, Chase Shores. Look at it. I'm watching Lance Radzowski break down kind of the fastball metrics of it. It was one of the things for him in high school too. He didn't spin it well. Like that was like one of the big takeaways. Why, hey, this guy's throwing 100. Why is he not jumping up? That was one of the question marks. So I'll be curious to see what he can do if they can make any jumps for his stuff, which it did in the bullpen. I wonder if even if they would try him at starter, do you think they'll even attempt to move him back?
I'm sorry, I got caught up on updating my stuff. Who were you?
Chase Shores.
No, I think he is what he is. I mean, certainly if you draft him this high, you're going to give it a shot, right? But I just think it'd be this is more of the let's put him in the bullpen right away and rush him to the big leagues.
So, Sipe, one of my big talking points coming in when we were looking at the accounting was the fact that the A's could pair their two picks. So that was a huge I think we kind of comped it to like at 11, they might have taken Bremner. That's where we had it. They get it down to 4.5. What they do here, which may answer why Devin Taylor goes to 48, is the A's get him at 48, which we will see again what the signing bonuses look like is really important because this is a first round talent.
In my book, he's a first round talent. And they, with Jamie Arnold at 12, it's not like they saved anything there. So they weren't trying to cut a deal and float Taylor lower, right? That's like the only thing I could think of, or maybe there's an injury I didn't know about, or some last minute information. But this is probably the most surprising pick. Usually, you think of a surprising pick like, oh, they picked this guy this high. My surprising pick for day one so far, and going to be probably lock the pick, is Devin Taylor this low.
I think that's again, we're seeing these picks paired, a lot of pairing. So like this guy and that guy, as Ethan Petrie comes off the board to the Nationals here at pick number 49, another pick where there's some money, right? So Ethan Petrie gets the pick 49 after they took Willits at 1. You're looking at probably a haircut there, continuing to stretch. This is again slot. We're looking at 198, probably at least a 2.5. Would you say? And then they continue to stretch it and continue to grab some guys. We'll see what it gets. I don't want to like speak on behalf of this is nothing permanent, but like those are potentially what you're seeing for why Ethan Petrie and Devin Taylor are down here at 48 and 49. Sipe, what do you got on Petrie there?
Oh, slugger from South Carolina, injured this year, so he did finish the season kind of like Conrad, but did play a little deeper. I think he made it around 40 games. But, this guy, the 49th pick overall, he was a Cape Cod MVP last summer. Hit for power, hit for average, just did everything in the Cape. Probably a first baseman. South Carolina put him in the outfield, but long-term he's a first baseman. But you got a slugger. The strikeout rate is a little bit high, but it's manageable. It's not as high as Compton's. You get just as much power as you get with Compton, albeit one's right-handed, one's left-handed. But, very – I can see why they went very close, in the draft here.
Just getting some questions on the last slotted $1 million plus pick is 80, and then right about 750 for the rest of the third round. As Angel Cervantes, UCLA commit and prep baseball, 2-time prep baseball All-American, comes off the board to the yearly Pirates pitcher with their second pick, high school pitcher. I love the fact Angel Cervantes, as we talked about, going to pitch in the big leagues. Kid who's only getting better. Saif, you got a chance to see him twice, actually, because you saw Milwaukee at the All-American game where he closed it out, came into a tough spot, gets out of that in the 8th, closes it out in the 9th, and then pitched great again with the start this year.
Super exciting arm, just electricity coming out of the right-handed prep guy. Yeah, just fun to watch. There were a ton. Every time we have one of those shooter, you get all these guys to come there, and they're all fun to watch. So I'd say they all blend in, but Cervantes was not one of those blenders. With his again, it's all elite talent, but for me, he was right there with the top of the cream of what you brought in.
What I'm sure you'll love is incredible makeup, incredible family. I'm rooting for him. Go Buccos, go Angel Cervantes, and go into a system that just keeps grabbing prep right-handers and prep left-hand, and bringing them along. He actually joins up. I'm looking now, Seth Hernandez and Cervantes. So 2 SoCal kids, both prep baseball Americans. That's incredible stuff. So the Pirates, what are they doing with these arms, right? And we kind of go back and forth about it. You're grabbing assets, right? In a long run, hey, what do we do good at? We're getting this guy. We identify this well. We can trade this at and then the Reds do the same thing. Aaron Watson comes off the board. That will be interesting to follow. Aaron Watson, who kind of talked about in the pre-show of, hey, this guy has that Mizorowski type. If we had to find one high school guy, it's just super easy. 96, 97. The slider continued to tick up, change up slitty. Caden Hatcher did a great job checking him out there in the Jacksonville area with us down in Florida. But he has that type of upside. Cervantes Watson going back-to-back will be very fascinating as these prep righties start to come off here to teams where I kind of anticipated this happen. I think we may have mocked Reds. Did we mock Watson to the Reds?
We did.
Well, there you go. It's very tough doing those mocks because so much of it comes into these paired picks, right? Gamble, Hammond. Those are 2 first-rounders. We're just stacking our board. We're not worried about everybody else. Cervantes, Seth Hernandez. We're stacking our board. These are the guys we're going after. We do this well. So keep that in mind. These guys are going to get paid. So anyway, that's me getting off my soapbox. As the Rangers, this is an interesting pick. After Fiend goes at 12, who it's very Foscuian pick. It's dating back to 2019. Or maybe it was 2020. Yeah, that's fascinating to see Seth Hernandez and Cervantes go to the Pirates. It's almost like, hey, we're gonna lose Skeens. We gotta go get these guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hard to believe Slawinski's still out there. Bauer, Briggs McKenzie.
Got a question on 2-way players. Josh Owens is the one for me right now. They haven't seen, although the Rangers would make sense with Josh Owens. I was kind of called him the Evan Carter of this draft. He's a Tennessee kid. It was kind of unknown. I'm a huge fan of his. Georgia Southern commit. He's a 2-way guy who pitched in the Appy League, right? So, you were talking about him as a pitcher. And
Appy League All-Star game. Yeah, they played the collegiate national team. Yeah.
Trying to think any other 2-way. Any 2-way guys from your side of things? I don't think so.
Last year was the big 2-way year in college baseball. This year, the Tulane outfielder turned pitcher Lombardi is probably the most well-known 2-way player, but there's no doubt he's just going to turn into a pitcher in pro ball. Whereas some of those guys you didn't know. I mean, we knew Kaggs was going to be a hitter first, then pitcher, but yeah, Lombardi's probably the first. Trying to think a couple others off the top of my head, but last year was the Ohtani year in college baseball.
Yeah. We have a great freshman class. Yeah, Miami does have a good class coming in. I'm looking through. The U is back. Might have them on a recruiting essentials coming up, Saif. Trying to work around schedules right now with the U. So be on the lookout for recruiting essentials with 2 coaches, not just one. As AJ Russell. Saif, didn't we mock AJ Russell to the Rangers somewhere? I feel like that's a great pick.
We mocked Dean Curley, his teammate.
Well, Russell just got taken here.
Yes, but Russell we mocked to the Angels instead of Chase Shore. So we were kind of we were thinking the right thing, like, quick move and high upside type of guy. But we might curl each of the Rangers here at 52.
But again, curious to see the signing bonuses here as the Rays head to the pick. I'm looking at, let's see, with a lot of Miami talk. I think you definitely like Max Poirier. I would be concerned. Any Canadian draft guy. I'm all in on Canadians right now.
They're tough.
Like just the bats with this pitcher. We're going to be looking at Sean Duncan next year, left-handed arm. Some really exciting bats for next year as well. So get ready for that. Dubovic's probably up in the mix, probably more so for day 2. So keep an eye on that. Is Slawinski's slot value getting too close to his potential NIL packs? I don't put anything past A&M and the Aggies, and Rhett the Jet will let me know because he's an Aggie alum. Slawinski is getting into Aggieville right now. He may be headed to the Dixie Chicken for some fries and a burger, because I know I would be doing that if I was in town. And then Briggs McKenzie still too. But like the pull of Jay Johnson, LSU, Nate Yeski, just at this point, Syfe, it's kind of easy, even Tennessee to that extent. Like you put out, this is your path here, boom, boom, boom. This is what could happen. You take this. It's tough not to go to college baseball for me right now. There's a safety net.
Oh, and it's we talked about this before. It's getting close. Not that Major League Baseball is getting worse, because it's not, but it's getting closer and closer. At least the SECs and the ACCs, they're getting closer and closer to the level of Major League Baseball. So let's just say they're AA, right? Or even, like they're blowing through it. So they're getting closer. So hey, go to college, enjoy your 2 or 3 years, and be a big leaguer less than 2 years out of college. So
I dig it. I guess we're going to commercial here.
No, we got Cooper Fleming from California to the Rays.
There's another. That's a Vanderbilt recruit. Another shortstop. So you head right back to the board. Another shortstop. Kind of figured he was coming at some point. Especially Southern California do such a good job of recruiting that area, right? SoCal shortstops are just different. Syfe. That's what I love to say. He was at 21 on the board for these shortstops. I still don't think we're done, Syfe. I think at least 3. I will say, like Virginia, you're starting to see that. I shouldn't be doing this, Syfe, because there's still money on the board.
Here's this new next pick, the Twins. Let's see the lowest ceiling guy left on the board here.
Oh my gosh. What about the Twins with Zerwa? Starter, lefty, second. Is he second rounder?
I would love it. I mean, he's Big Ten guy. They had Perkins many years ago. They had a little success there in the Twin Cities, but I'm still going through my most boring list here. So we shall see.
Cooper Fleming off the board. Yeah, I'll be curious. There's a bunch of college guys still on the board.
Oh yeah, I mean the next, again, we keep going. Ianson's the next pitcher. Dean Curley and Alex Lodis, the next 2 hitters, and Max Bellew is on my board, at least the next guy there. And then back to the pitching side, you got J.D. Thompson and Joe Zuera, just like you mentioned.
J.D. Thompson's still on board. Oh, Cardinals, don't get your pocket picked here at 54. Cardinals. As Cooper Fleming, another he played with Billy Carlson. Like they play on the same team. Seth Hernandez. So I don't want to say like he was in his shadow, but like probably was, right? Billy, like huge and rightfully so. He went in the top 10. Cooper Fleming's really darn good. Like he's a big physical kid. I sat actually at Area Cozy, came over to talk to Ty Blankmeyer, and was actually sitting next to him. Like, this kid's huge. I had to ask Ty when he walked away. I was like, who is that? That kid was a big kid. So a lot of projection. Oh no, Syfe, I did it again.
You jinxed somebody else.
Yeah, the Twins come in, take LSU recruit Quentin Young.
Okay, good. They had to balance out the super conservative route of their first 2 picks. This sounds like what I know about this guy. Absolutely tremendous ceiling. Could be just an absolute superstar.
Love the ceiling of it. Did not have a great summer last summer. He swung and missed. Got a chance to see him at USA. His swing and miss was there. I thought it was more of, hey, this just feels like he's been away from home for a couple of weeks. Get back in the lab. Quick adjustment. There was nothing that was fatal about it, but the upside still remains, right? Huge power, can hit the all fields. What I like about him too is like he can really defend. Like he's got soft hands. If you send him out at shortstop, I'd be okay with it. Probably shifts to third, but can really defend there. Obviously, the power is what you're betting on. Ryan Mitchell, hey, why not? Let's get another high school shortstop from the state of Tennessee. Comes off the board here at 55 to the Cardinals because we're just not going to send a single shortstop to school from the high school ranks in 2025. Someday somebody should write an article about we should tell Aaron Fitt and Kendall Rogers, if we have some defensive issues in 3 years in Omaha, we're going to blame the 2025 MLB draft for all issues at the shortstop position.
I'm telling you, they read your article. They read your post about all the high school shortstops.
So Mitchell comes off the board. Georgia Tech recruit, so that's interesting for them. Coach Ramsey in his first year gets his first guy kind of snatched there, who they were on early. He actually played with Fowlsky on the East Cobb Astros, so we got a chance to see them at NPI, which was really fun. Oh no, I'm getting Seif. Money is being spread out, and I'm thinking that the Orioles are about to be spending. Kane Kepley off the board to the Cubbies, center field extraordinaire. Why not team him up with PCA and just have everybody go nuts?
Kepley plus defender, plus bat to ball, 80 makeup, just absolute gamer, aggressive. There's not a lot of pop at all. It's 30 raw power, so it's gonna be interesting to see, how guys do pitch to him. He can pretty much just challenge up, make him dare hit the ball. What's that?
Advanced analytics. Can we just play Kepley and Pete Crow Armstrong in the outfield and bring in like a short fielder to play like shallow second?
You could, yeah.
As the Mariners are coming up here, the Mariners. Oh my gosh, really excited about the Mariners draft. I may write up the Mariners draft. This may be my draft tonight. Kate Anderson, Luke Stevenson, and pick 57 coming up. So Mariners, and then we're going to get into some more money picks, right? The Orioles and the Brewers back-to-back. Again, college baseball fans, get concerned if you have a top guy because there's some serious money still on the board, although there's really not many shortstops left. Famous last words as Coy James and Nick Becker are still on the board. Eric Becker's on the board for next year, Seif. We'll be talking about him in the next couple of weeks when we do our 2026 forecast. There's some talent in 26 too, Seif.
I've heard. Yeah.
My gosh, Seif. Nick Becker off the board to the Mariners. And
keep talking.
Sorry, who's I was blown away. I got to see a workout when I was back in Jersey. Just how big this kid is. I kind of called him Cooper Pratt 2.0, the Jersey version. More power than Cooper Pratt presently. Probably not quite the defender. I don't think many are right now. But he can really run. It's another athlete. So is this our top 15 shortstops now off the board? Outside of Coy James, so the top 10 are all gone. We're gone. Goodbye, top 10 shortstops. See you later. I would almost assume. What did you say? They saved how much on Kate Anderson? Well, there's where it's going.
They saved $700,000. Yeah.
So we're gonna have to start piecing that together. I would think Nick Becker's gonna get close to $3 million, if not 2.7 or so. That's an outstanding pick. And there you go, 0 off the board to the Orioles.
Okay, good pick. Like it. Very, very strong pick by the Orioles. They have the picks. They're putting together a very nice draft.
This is a site. They're writing your article for you. You need to start claiming them. Look at all these college guys. And then you throw Slater front. This is this is like a college all-star team. You got Ike Irish, Caden Bodine, Aloy, Joseph Zerwa. Like you got all the guys.
Going to be their next wave. Bring them all up together.
Brewers on the clock here. They have money to spend. We'll see what they can do here as they took Fisher with that first pick. I'd be curious to see if they save someone on Fisher. Pick was 4.27. Maybe you get him at 3.5. Give some money to Ebel, or he might have just taken 2.97. If not, we'll see what that is. But they have a lot of money to stretch around because they're going to go with this pick. They'll go again at 68. And then the last pick we'll see from them tonight will be at 94. Saif, in the meantime, who do you like from the MLB Draft League to be selected first?
Probably Miguel Sime, right-handed pitcher from New York, up to 100.9 miles per hour. Good overhand. Well, not an overhand breaking ball, but it's got more of it's a hard curveball shape. People call it a slider, but there's some polish that he needs, but it's a 100-mile-per-hour arm on a big, strong 18-year-old, 6'4", 6'3". Very impressive in his one inning in the All-Star game against Cape Cod. What was it? 2 Mondays ago at Citibank Field or Citi Field.
You can't do that. You can't do that to LSU. That's too many.
Yeah.
I really like this pick from the Brewers, J.D. Thompson, to the Brewers there at 59, who had a great SEC tournament.
Yeah, back to Sime real quick. There's not a lot of guys I say this about, but he may benefit by going to pro ball quick. I don't think he's going to log a ton of innings or even a dozen innings at LSU as a freshman. Just the pitchability factor needs to be developed and polished. I just think pro ball would benefit him quicker than bouncing around college.
I'm curious here, Saif. I would expect potentially one of the lefties here to Atlanta. So Tate Salazine went in the first round. We think probably on a deal. Really like Tate, but it felt like more of a deal-laden situation there. One of those prep lefties may be in the mix here if I had to gauge and forecast. Oh man, the shortstops. This is unbelievable, Saif.
Nice thing about Zera and Thompson going back to back there is that's actually where we had them in our rankings. So
there you go. It makes it easy to cross them off the board.
Yeah, they went 58 and 59, and we had them in the college rankings we had them 31 and 32. So.
There you go. Perfect spot here. Still looking. Jaxa's still on the board. I'm trying to think of other high school guys as we're awaiting this. Oh, there. You know what? That's also a good pick. Alex Lodice off the board to the Atlanta Braves here.
Very good pick.
At 60, is that kind of where you expected him?
Yep, that's exactly. I mean, we had him in our mock. We had him. Gosh, we should find it real quick.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe I didn't see this early. The Royals are on the board. Lefty right here, right? Royals lefty. They got the 2 high school position guys up top, and all these lefties have sifted down to 61. So anybody, Slawinski, Briggs, McKenzie, all these guys are on the board right here for anybody watching.
Yeah, I know I got yelled for a comp earlier, but Lodice, my comp for Lodice is really Paul DeYoung. I think he could be Paul DeYoung 2.0. DeYoung was a little heavy on the strikeouts in college, but there was power. And DeYoung was not a college shortstop, and obviously Lodice is. But so Lodice has the advantage there. But DeYoung worked himself into becoming a very good major league shortstop for 4 or 5 years.
Hey, roll wave right. Saif, roll wave on that the Royals pick here as Michael Lombardi comes off. Shout out former future gamer from the state of New York, my alma mater, Tulane. Roll wave, hoppy fastball with that downer breaker. Yeah,
he was the two-way guy we talked about earlier. There's two two-way guys. Him and then DJ Newman, who's at Bowling Green, but he's already signed in the portal to go to Tennessee. So more of a right-hand pitcher, also an outfielder, can hit. So balls will probably be, I think the NIL money in his case will be more to keep him out of the draft. But those are the 2 off the top. Lombardi was definitely the best of the 2.
Again, the prep lefties have not really come off the board. So it's something to watch moving forward. High school catchers, no, those guys are coming off. Malachi Witherspoon comes off to Detroit here at pick 62. Safe.
Yeah, Tyson's twin brother. They've done everything together. They're super close twins. Tyson, for me, profiles as a starter, and that's why he went where he did. Top half first round there. Malachi, there's more reliever risk. There's a lot more reliever risk here with Malachi, but it's a similar stuff. It's a hard slider. It's an upper 90s fastball. He competes. there's more control than command. Kyson has the command, Malachi has the control. So there's some polish that needs to be done here, but big arm, good breaking ball, high ceiling guy.
Saif, Ianson and Curley still on the board. Can you talk a little bit about them while I step away for a second?
I sure can. Ianson, we all saw him in the College World Series. His fastball doesn't have the best shape, but he pitches really off his breaking balls. He has two really good ones, 2+ breaking balls, his curve and slider. There's a distinct difference between the two, so that's very attractive. But again, the thing that's holding him back is the shape of his fastball. But everything else screams starter, athletic, repeats his delivery. It's a smooth, fluid delivery, strike thrower. And then the next guy Shooter wanted me to talk about was Dean Curley. As we all know, Curley started the season at shortstop for Tennessee. Didn't really play out there that way, so they moved him to third. He continued to struggle defensively, even though I think that's where his future position is third base in pro ball, and that's probably where he'll be sent out at. They moved him to second base. I think they play him a little bit at first, a little bit in outfield, just trying to keep his bat in the lineup. It's a very good bat. It's a polished bat. The analytics, got to love them. There's plus power, high, good, consistent hard exit velocities, low strikeout rate, patient. There is a little bit of swing miss in the zone. I think it was a little concern, but it did not translate into striking out too much. So, I think he's
Curley just came off the board, but not before to the Guardians, but not before Cade Obermueller went to the Phillies. And I think you like that pick to the Phillies there in a second.
Yeah, I think we nailed that one. Yeah, we had that one on our mega mock. We had Obermueller going there. Obermueller, he's a wiry lefty, 5'11", in his cleats, but he's got an electric fastball. It's a unicorn fastball. It's left-handed. And then he'll flash you plus slider. The only thing I don't like about this pick is, I like the unicorn fastball, right? That's why they call it. There's not many of them out there, but he is a reliever. I just don't think there's any way this guy starts. But just like Gage Wood, if you're trying to build your bullpen, off to a good start with Wood, and now from the left side, Obermueller. And I think the big leagues this year might be a little bit too far away for him, but he could get there in short time. But I like what the Phillies are doing. They're drafting for now. They have a philosophy. It's just not find me the big leaguer philosophy. It's like we're going to draft guys that we really like, and we're having to plan with it. So I think Phillies only have 2 picks so far, but I really like both their picks.
How about Lavalette and Curley now headed to the Guardians?
Wow. Yeah. Lavalette, obviously there's a ton of but the strikeout rate and the stiff swing kind of held me back. Curley's opposite. I like Curley's swing. There's not a lot of swing and miss. It's more like just getting him back comfortable. He got, his defensive struggles affected his hitting there the last third of the year, but he rebounded and finished pretty well. I think he finished around 300 with some power. But Curley was one of my favorites. I thought coming into the year, Curley was a first rounder. Curley finished at 315 with 14 home runs and just as many walks as strikeouts. So it's not like he had a bad year at all. 16% strikeout rate. I think his max EV was like 112, 113. So you're getting a very, very good value in Curley here.
I dig it, and especially pairing them again together. Love sending both out together, right? Lavalette, Curley are kind of going to start together, and we'll continue to get through some of that stuff as I'm trying to send some message. The Dodgers again. Cam Leiter to the Dodgers. Who can take a risk like that?
Right. The Dodgers can afford to do that. Cam Leiter, here's a guy with immense talent, big arm, big fastball, big breaking ball, just a lot to like, but high risk. He's been injured. He hasn't pitched in over a year. In the Dodgers, they got money. They can afford to gamble here where, a lot of other teams can't.
Cam Leiter. I really like that pick. Like that was a guy who could have easily been a first rounder.
Yes.
Any chance we get another prep shortstop taken? No, Lucas Franco actually pulled his name out of this draft. Yes. Check out the article I wrote on d1baseball.com and also at prepbaseball.com about some of the recruiting classes. He, along with Brady Dallimore, catcher, from Las Vegas, had an excellent year, are both confirmed going to TCU. As we shift into the competitive balance B, where the Guardians head for Aaron Walton, who we were talking about a lot, prep right-hander, going to a perfect situation. Like the Guardians have done such a great job with guys like this. Or I'm sorry. No, Aaron Walton's your guy, not Aaron Watson. Aaron Walton, they're just going after these big. I love it. The Guardians got a plan here, Syph. They got a plan and they're sticking to it. Aaron Walton to the Guardians. Syph, are you here?
I am here. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm doing.
Aaron
I'm trying to multitask. My wife tells me I can't multitask.
Oh.
She's trying to do too much. Aaron Walton, love him. I mean, he looks like Mike Trout. He's 6'3", 215, big-bodied center fielder, and he can play center. He will stay in center field. He played center field over Brett Summerhill. Not Brett Summerhill, excuse me. I just butchered a name. Brendan Summerhill. I was talking about his brother or cousin, excuse me, from the Chicagoland area. But, huge fan of Aaron Walton. Saw him in the College World Series. He puts bat on the ball with a low strikeout rate. He's got some power in there. 5-tool center fielder. Again, 6'3", 215. So, really, really good pick. He was one of not so much a sleeper, but he was a guy I think the industry had more third, fourth round, and we had him second round, and here he goes, the basically the last pick of the regular second round. So I like this pick a lot.
Dodgers have money to burn. Oh, the Rays. As we're moving pretty fast here, Syph. We're slowing down on the ticker. 67 pick. Oh, we had to switch over to another thing. But the Rays take Dean Moss, IMG outfielder. He was one at LSU. I'm sorry. Like, this was one that I thought could have a similar path and trajectory to like a Derek Carriel, where, hey, no, he's not a first rounder now, but on campus in the SEC dominates, elevates his status. But the bat, the ball is there. It's crazy torque from the left side as the Rays go after another left-handed hitter. Syph, I have no idea. I've lost track. I don't know what round this actually is.
We're between the second and third round right now, I believe.
Oh, round 2 sucked. Okay. And then I think we mocked this too. Frank Carone to the Brewers. And lefty, super 60, South Jersey kid, had an outstanding year. It's huge metrics. Again, the Brewers have done such a great job with their pitching to bring in a guy like this up a mid-90s fastball, going to climb there, just needs a little bit more polish, but it's a clean, loose left-handed arm. Really shined at the super 60. The velo hadn't jumped yet, but you knew it was coming. But 3,000 plus RPM. Back to Dean Moss, another guy, like complete performer. LSU's kind of getting torched here. I shouldn't say that because they still have Briggs McKenzie on the board, which is huge for them. But the Brewers, again, get the assets that you work well with, right? These arms. I got a current round hit. Now we're going back to the competitive B round for JT Quinn out of Georgia with the Orioles. What do you got, Syph? JT Quinn, he was the kid that was he at Ole Miss? Was he an Ole Miss weekend guy at one point? Or is that a different guy?
Oh, no, he electric arm. He was more going into the draft. He's thought more of a fourth rounder, but the electric right-hander, pitch out of the bullpen, runs up their upper 90s. Electric breaking ball. I know there's a lot of late healing on him. He puts really well towards the end of the year, but he was thought more of a fourth rounder. So kind of a surprise pick, but again at the same time.
The only thing I would say to that, Syph, is when you have Ike Irish, Caden Bodine, Aloy, DeBrun, you're paying some guys up top. So like maybe there's a chance a little bit of a break. We shall see with that. Heading back to Corona, again, the Brewers have done a great job with guys just like that. So to get a kid in that spot, let's look at supplemental. You're looking at 1.25. I mean, perfect spot for him value-wise based off some of the stuff from last year. Really nice pick and a kid who really shined at the Super 60 again. It's good to make a name for yourself at the Super 60. Will Hines off the board, the Guardians, Canadian right-hander. That's the first Wake Forest casualty here. I wonder if the Moose exiting for Duke had anything to do with that, but a Canadian arm off the board, Will Hines, super clean, starter profile 6'2", 180. I mean, just, again, fits what the Guardians do well. So they're bringing a guy who has the pitchability, 94, 95. He's got the spin. I'm curious to see like that they went with Hines. I wonder what the number on some of our higher ranked right-handers are, but we're getting in the mix where the Guardians are at. Let's see. My internet's slowing down here, Saif.
Man, you're in the one of the
I got technical issues.
Mega hub for tech in the world up there in Portland. And
you knew that at some point the Royals were going to take a lefty, and they finally get their lefty at pick 71 with Justin Lampkin, Texas A&M recruit.
Yeah, I think the best thing about him, or one of the standout things for him, is just the extension he gets on the fastball. His fastball really plays, and lefty strikeout guy, good value right there.
So the Royals are the first 4 picks, and they're going to have one more tonight, going with 2 mega hitter upside guys in Sean Gamble and Josh Hammond up top. Then you're getting college arms and Michael Lombardi, Justin Lampkin so far. We'll see how they wrap it up. Wouldn't be surprised if they want another college arm. Question to Shooter: how does a kid earn a Super 60 invite? I see you do not get the actual top. A lot of times, especially with arms that early on in the winter for bullpens and stuff, some guys aren't ramped up. Some guys, Cam Appenzeller was still playing hoops. They play other sports, or their seasons pushed back. Usually looking for the best players. That's how you get an invite. Or guys that we love the upside, like Frank Carone was not super high ranked, but we were very acutely aware of him in New Jersey and the looseness of the arm and the metrics. And we thought a lot of times with the Super 60, hey, scouts need to see this guy. This is a really good arm. He could pop there. He obviously did, along with a bunch of other guys who potentially would be called out here. And then even like Nick Diaz, who was a kid from South Florida, where Stone and Douglas High School, he's headed to college in Charleston if he's not selected in this, but he's another guy where, hey, we like the projection of where he could be. I think Henry Davis was a guy who was catcher at the event, goes off the Louisvilles, he's the first pick. So it's kind of a balance of, hey, these guys, maybe there's some signability, maybe they're going to get drafted this year, or there's some projection. Scouts need to make a decision on this and at least get eyes on it before he heads off to college. So that's a long-winded explanation on the Super 60. A lot goes into it, but it was definitely an excellent event tonight. Saif, that is actually a great question, because this was one of my favorite players back in high school when he was coming out of the state of Alabama. Saif, does Grant J from DBU get taken tonight?
No, it's going to be close. If he does, it'll be the tail end of 3, but I would probably say no. There's just too much swing and miss. I mean, it's extreme swing and miss. But with that, I mean, it's an explosive athlete. It's a plus arm. It's plus bat speed. It's, obviously plus power, strong body guy, receives fine, blocks okay. Blocking's probably the thing that he's going to have to clean up the most. But I just think there's extreme six swing and miss with him.
So the Cardinals at 72 take Tanner Franklin, a pitcher out of Tennessee, followed by the Pirates. The Pirates going for Murph Gray, Fresno State.
Oh, Murph Gray, nice, very good. Good pick, West Coast guy, bat to ball. Saw him in the Cape last summer. Very good athlete, third base, but there's projection. He's got a kind of rangy body type, so he's going to grow into some more power. But really good pick here for 73 overall. And Tanner Franklin, 100-mile-per-hour arm. Kind of surprising that some of the guys who profile as starters, like for example, Ianson, are getting, they're getting overlooked before you go into these big arms. But another big arm coming up here could be James Ellwanger from DBU. The question was on Grant.
He would make sense with the Rockies here at 74. And then I'm also like Dickinson hasn't come off the board yet either, right? Ianson and Dickinson.
Yep. 2 LSU. And in my personal sleeper, who I really like, is Colby Shelton from Florida. I know he's a 22-year-old junior because he's a 21-year-old sophomore. Yeah, last year I get it, but I mean, here's a guy who hit 371 in the SEC. Only hit 9 or 10 home runs this year, but last year in the SEC he hit 24, 25 home runs. He can play shortstop. People want to say, "Oh, we got to move him to corner right away," but you know what? I'm giving guys that can play shortstop in college. I'm giving them benefit of the doubt after seeing Trey Sweeney here from Eastern Illinois, and obviously Paul Young, who I've talked about many times.
I had almost forgot that this guy was still out there too. Colorado Rockies select Max Ballou from Texas.
Yes, he was actually the next name I was going to talk about. He and I inserted the top 2 right now left on the board. Well, obviously he's not left over anymore, but here we go.
Red Sox, come on. I need a pick here because I'm banking on writing up the Red Sox tonight.
You like their picks, huh?
Well, yeah, I just like the fact they went after these arms. There's a plan there, right? Like you got huge, big time power arms, stuff to work with.
Value to the Rockies. I like that. The Rockies, they got off to a good start. Obviously, getting their guy Holiday. Milton, solid pick. Thought you'd probably get somebody with more upside there, but I do understand it now. Now that you're got some – Value's got tremendous upside, but there's also swing and miss there. He's coming off a couple injuries this past year, but big, strong guy profile is really, really to right field. All things click. He's hitting 5-6, and Holiday's hit 3 or 4 in that Rockies line.
The Red Sox get back to their roots. Henry Godbout. Let's go.
Okay, let's go get some bats of ball here.
Yep. As we cruise into the 3rd round here, Henry Godbout off the board. What's the other kid from UVA who's committed to Tennessee? He is not off the board yet.
He is not. Nope. Henry Ford. Interesting. The automobile. He is not.
Very interesting, Saif. Let's take a look.
We were 1 pick off. We projected Godbout to go 74th to the Rockies, and he went 75th to the Red Sox. So I guess we haven't got too many of them, right? Like we have in the past. But of course, we didn't have the mega mock in the past, and we're going on 105 days. So.
All right, second round's you putting me on the spot. Now that second round's over, what schools are the biggest winners and losers? I mean, Mississippi State's in a great spot right now. Like getting Jack Bauer, honestly, like this class was going to be a top 2 class with the old staff. You come over, you add Bauer, you lose Grindlinger to Tennessee, who Grindlinger's not heard his name called just yet. They brought over enough guys in Nunnally, Valinkas, all the guys they brought over from UVA were essentially another recruiting class. So I'm not too concerned about what Mississippi State, but the fact that Bauer's still here, you still have Gannon Grant on the board, and obviously Landon Harmon, who had one of the more unique fastballs and one of the best fastballs in the class. They are still out here. Oregon right now, Tatum Gray and Braden Jackson, although those are going to be famous last words. I'm sorry, Jack Martyr and Coach Waz. A&M, Slowinski's still out here. LSU, honestly, like in this day and age of portal, I'm sure LSU fans, Texas fans, A&M fans, Arkansas, like, oh, we'll just go in the portal. Like, you do need to get that foundation of those top guys. Getting a guy like Briggs McKenzie, like that's huge, right? You're bringing in a potential weekend arm. That would be huge. Tennessee, Cam Appenzeller was like our top lefty for a long time. Late start after basketball season, probably aided in where he's at here. Ole Miss, Coy James is still on the board. As we shift over, I'll continue to talk about that throughout. In the 3rd round, another Lodice. Kyle Lodice this time heads to the south side.
He does.
White Sox.
Transferred to Georgia Tech this year, put together a great year on both sides of baseball. Probably a little defense over offense, but he does have he's got a little pop in the stick, puts the bat on the ball. He kind of reminds me a little bit of that the shortstop from Virginia Tech who blew up 2 years ago that went in the 3rd round as well, and the name escapes me right. I actually think the Virginia Tech guy went in the 2nd round, but very similar guy to that. Probably more of a valuable utility guy. At, 2nd, short, 3rd down the road. That's what he profiles to. But going the conservative route here. But I do like the pick. What
about Ethan Hedges to the Rockies from USC, 3rd baseman?
Ooh, that's kind of surprising. Ethan Hedges wasn't really predicted to go in the 3rd round. He is seen as more of a 4th through 6th, 5th round type of guy. But another 2-way guy. Kind of forgot about him earlier. He's going to go out as a 3rd baseman, not as a pitcher. A little bit of everything. Well-rounded tool set. Nothing. No carrying tool, but just kind of averages across the board.
Let's see. Other Ty Peoples feels like he's in play here. A Georgia recruit. Trying to see the other guys that were still on the board for our high school action. Lucas Franco said, "Let's go in school." Josh Owens still on the board. He's in play. Marcos Paz is one of the more interesting names. He's another LSU guy though. So like if you got Marcus Paz and Briggs McKenzie in this class, it would be, I mean, LSU would be, it's a top 5 on campus freshman group. So like Marcos Paz would have challenged Seth Hernandez for where he went with the Pirates there had he not been injured. He's back healthy now as Max Williams heads to the Marlins, who just continue to get college bats who hit the ball hard.
Good pick. Yeah, I mean, there's a little funk to the swing, but there's power. There's a strong body guy who can play and stay in center field, kind of like Aaron Walton in that sense, in that regard. But yes, college performer, like the juice in his bat. One guy predicted to go tall was, similar to Max Williams, the center fielder with juice, is Mason Neville. We kind of predicted his drop. We didn't have him in the top 2 rounds, but this would probably be a good spot for him, seeing as Max Williams, who is a similar player.
We're coming up again. The Nationals are going to be up here in a second. They'll have some money. The Angels. So Angels and Nationals, as you see their back-to-back picks come up, the level can still be really high because they have stretched those dollars. So be ready to check on that. Those prep right-handers are still out. So like Reed Worley, he's one that that I could see coming off here in a minute potentially. Matthew Fisher's still on the board. He's an IU recruit. CJ Gray, who has a chance to be super electric. He's an NC State guy. Caleb Barnett's one to watch. Alabama recruit, third baseman. Jacob Parker, although the Blue Jays are coming up again, which is where JoJo went. They're coming up at 81. Oh my gosh, Saif, I did it again. But what did we talk about
like it. Wow, sneaky. The sneaky Angels here.
It's not even sneaky. You have to understand that it's a plan is put in place, right? So like having that plan as Johnny Slowinski goes off the board to the Angels.
Yeah. So how big was that Bremner cut now? Yeah. There you go.
Los Angeles. I was looking at Saif. I was dating myself. I was looking for California Angels up here. Oh my gosh. Johnny Slowinski, he was my favorite lefty in this class. Like I just love the way he moved. I think even more so his upside. The same way I talked about Johnny King a year ago, who is absolutely dominating. He was stolen. Blue Jays, unreal job. Shane Farrell, to get him for $1.2 million. Oh my gosh, that's going to be one of those laughable things in the future. So awesome job by the Blue Jays with Johnny King. Felt the same way about Johnny Slowinski. Just how he had been coached, he is still raw. He has not been coached yet. I think he can make huge jumps. Awesome pick by the Angels, who get Bremner, Shores, and Slowinski. They continue to get those arms there. Yeah, I would think for 10, they get him for 8. They add him. Yeah, you're looking at probably at least 2.5 for Johnny Slowinski, maybe a little less. Oh no! See, who asked me about college recruiting classes? Shame on you. Anybody in Starkville, anybody Bulldog fans, it's not on me. It was asked. But Landon Harmon comes off the board to the Nationals, who have some money to spend. Explosive fastball, another prep baseball All-American, back-to-back coming here if we want to throw up a little video action. But he's going to be throwing 100 miles an hour. I love the drop in. Like, there's some sizzle on the fastball. It's just an absolute snake at the bottom of the zone. He has that, and there's more to come. Yeah, so Slowinski and Harmon going back-to-back off the board. Awesome stuff.
Did you just say snake at the bottom of the zone?
Yeah, it's a little snake. As Rhett gets the video uploaded here, Rhett the Jet, while he cries over Johnny Slowinski not getting to go to Dixie Chicken. Oh, man. Sorry, Canes fans with Johnny King. The Jays up. I would love to see Jacob Parker go off the board. Send it off JoJo and Jacob. And this fits kind of where he would go. Like this nice third-round mix, although they would be back-to-back Mississippi State recruits.
They went with Jake Cook instead of 80 runner, 60 arm, center fielder, 20 power, but they're betting on the bat to ball and they're betting on the speed.
Okay.
Out of Southern Miss, JD Middleton's
team. My gosh. Same scout probably. It was probably like Parker versus Cook, like same. Sorry, I don't know the name, but shout out to you for getting your guy, Jake Cook there, Southern Miss. Is a rookie really going there? Yes, rookie can go in the first round. That's their first 2026 shout out to Miami, Rookie Shepherd. He can really hit. He can do it all. I'll be seeing him the next couple of weeks. So you be sure to follow along. There'll be a lot of rookie shepherd talk the next couple of weeks.
Cook was a guy who had serious helium. Once he just kept putting together. He went there as a pitcher, and then he gave up the pitching and went into the hitting. So backwards, what usually happens. But
wait, so he went to hitting because they list him as they went pitcher. They draft him as an arm, or he's listed as an arm in here.
Well, originally when he went to college, he was a pitcher, but they converted him to an outfielder, and he had a great year. I would highly doubt that they're going to take the bat out of his hands and make him a pitcher again, because I hate to say he failed at pitching, but he did not make it work pitching at Southern
That's
Miss.
an entry issue.
And they have an outstanding pitching coach, and obviously, but
they recruit I love the Southern Miss guys have done an outstanding job. Recruit really well. That place is tough to play at, Site. ECU and Southern Miss, those are the toughest places I've ever had to pitch. They get on you in a hurry. And a tough place to coach first base, too, when I went back and was coaching. Easton Carmichael, another Super 60 guy, Oklahoma to the Pirates. Site, what do you got on Easton Carmichael that I lost track? Or I loved it in high school. He hit the ball really hard.
Yeah, I saw him a lot in the Cape last summer. Really liked the bat. He's patient hitter. He's got some pop, but it's more average to slightly above average pop. He can catch. The throwing part, the throwing accuracy, he struggles with, but he's sure-handed receiver, blocks well enough, hits enough, got some juice. But if he doesn't catch, then you got to put him to first base. So then you got a guy with 55 raw power at first base. Not ideal, but you do have the bat the ball. So college hitter who's probably going to hit. Just not sure where you're going to play him, although he is athletic. He could slide into right field. So right field, first base, backup type catcher. But he does have above average arm strength. So hopefully the Pirates throw him behind the dish and develop him, and he comes out and,
This guy to the Reds, which the Reds are going to be pumped. Every time I watch this guy on TV, I was like, how does this guy ever give up a hit? But Mason Morris, Ole Miss righty, he had some electric stuff when he would come out.
He did, yeah. I'm surprised so many bullpen arms going so quick, but yeah, Mason Morris just electric stuff. I mean, it's a mid upper 90s fastball. It's a hard plus breaking ball. Obviously, it's more controlled in command because he's pitching in a college bullpen. He profiles as a pro bullpen arm as well, but it's a now arm. It should be a quick mover in his role through the Red system.
Josh, Saif, I was a little early. I kept Pepper, and the Rangers are going to take this guy. I just feel it. Josh Owens finally comes off the board to the Rangers. What's that?
Your guy, Josh Owens. Nice.
Yeah, I kept calling him the Evan Carter of this year. So any Rangers fans out there, this guy was the unknown type. I love the upside. He's really high on our shortstop list. I love what this kid's about. So very much in on it. We'll see what he ends up getting. I'm trying to check in Mason Morris. What year would the 2022 from Tupelo?
You want more scoop on him, or what do you got?
No, I was just checking in on him.
The competitor.
Yeah, he was a shortstop. I love shortstops. Trevor Cohen. Saif, how many times were I blowing you up about Trevor Cohen? Shout out
Rutgers. Nice.
Trevor Cohen. And what was when we went into this, right? The Giants take him at 85. And I was really curious what the Giants would do because of the huge differential between the two picks. He was this Joey Loperfido. This guy's going to hit. Had a really big year for Rutgers. The bat the ball's there. Can they increase the power outputs? I love this pick by the Giants, but I'm also super biased. Jersey kid has a chance to really play there. So shout out to Trevor Cohen, who was a former future gamer, a huge fan of his, Saif. So he goes here at 85. The Giants with their second pick, which the Rays head to the clock. Let's see what Tampa's done so far. So Pierce, Summerhall, Cooper Fleming. So they actually took two high school shortstop. That's really interesting that they did that. And then Dean Moss, Tatum Gray off the board. Hey, no mercy. The Rays are just attacking high school bats tonight. So Tatum Gray, again, guys, for peppering me about college recruiting classes, you should have waited until the day was over. Shane Gray, Oregon commit, another Super 60 standout, can really hit the baseball and impact it. The Rays are not shy about going after big physical bats who swing hard. And even Dean Moss does the same thing too. He's got crazy torque. But those are four outside of Summerhill. They're just stacking. I mean, all position players today. And why not for a system that routinely finds hidden gems on the pitching side? Go out and get potential superstars and see what you can get.
Here it is, your Red Sox. You want to do a write-up. They're on the clock. Are they going to seal the deal or not right here?
Like Anthony Ianson, sealed. Deal
there
is
we go, sealed. Like it. All right.
Again, an absolute plan coming in here. You would think at a certain point your Ianson layer like, hey, we're going to give you 1-5, whatever it is, right? We're going to try to split this up. Hey, you fall into here. We will give you X at pick 87. Is that kind of something that might have been cooking behind the scenes, Saif?
Maybe. And, again, we don't, and I don't know this for a fact. Don't even want to speculate, but I'm speculating on the general question not Ianson in particular, but maybe there's a medical, right? Maybe there's medical issues why these guys fall. That's generally the reason why guys fall 2 rounds from where they should have went.
You know what? Are we doing this right up with Kendall and Aaron and Runes? Are they in this?
Yeah. I shared that. I shared the sheet.
I was going to say because there's no way one of them's not going to do the Red Sox.
Yeah, just write your thoughts in there. So
all right,
then from there I'll take some and I'll put some, on the prep baseball. Me
Red
and
Sox
Ian
are in the mix. What is this video? I'm watching video of there were a couple of videos today I was watching. I'm like, are we like rolled over ground balls? Like there's enough highlights of these guys in the first round. We don't need like a sawed off BP swing. Like poor Tate Gray. Like there's a ton of Super 60 video out there. We got him in like some cornfield getting sawed off in BP, probably some like steep cutters.
Well, you asked about Henry Ford earlier too. So like if he doesn't go soon, I think he's gonna, he might be that sophomore eligible that returns to school for his junior year.
All right, I'm going through. Okay, I think nobody's getting their pocket. We'll talk about that. Still curious about what the Braves are doing here, but Orioles. I mean, you can't go wrong with that many picks. I'm looking for a team with not that many picks that I'm in on. Look at the athleticism of the Sox. Carlson, Fauske, Lodice. Like, we're just going to attack athletes as what that feels. Yep. Twins, James Ellwanger to the Twins. Yep. That feels about right. Let's see what the Twinkies have been up to. Nico Partita sounds like he's announced he's going to A&M. Nico Partita is an absolute winner. So that's one of those guys. You know what, Saif? If Iron Fit's mark right now, all fit team, Nico Partita.
Smaller guy. I'm reading into it.
2-way up he's going to be an easy 100 on the bump, but he also hits.
Okay, I think Fit might like that.
Yeah, he's about 5'10" maybe. So the Twins, Merrick Houston and Riley Quick, Quentin Young with the upside, James Ellwanger. So Quick and Ellwanger get sent out. And you know what? What would you want to do with your sinker ball, or what do you want to put behind him, Saif? Probably a guy who makes every play.
There you go.
So you get your shortstop. So shout out to the Twins for that. Jack Garevich.
Yeah, out of San Diego. Kind of late riser, I guess you could say, but there's some power. He's a first baseman. There's some power there. There's good bat to ball. Solid pick for this round.
I think this is the first baseman off the board here, as I'm still looking like Reed Worley still being on it. Caleb Barnett, like Dominic Reed comes out from Abilene Christian to the Cubs.
That's a little higher than expected, but that's a good arm. I think he's a TCU transfer, or you help me out on that one, but TCU transfer or A&M transfer. But he was at a bigger school, went out to the desert.
Don Reed. Transfers. I don't know.
No,
he's with the Cubs now. So the Cubs went Conrad, Kane Kepley, Dom Reed.
Yeah, Not really exciting for my Cubbies. I mean, I like all those players, but yeah.
TBD on the Cubbies.
TBD. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
As their analytics department just says, Syfe, you know nothing. We just got Stephen Kwan Jr.
There you go.
At pick 56. I don't know. Seattle's in my mix too, Syfe. Kate Anderson, Stevenson. Actually, Seattle. Hey, let's go. There you go. Griffin Hughes off the board. Sorry, fellas. He's not going back.
Hughes. All right.
What do you got on Hughes, Syfe?
I saw him last summer in the Cape. He was transferred from Cincinnati, I believe it was, and saw him in the Cape. I was like, man, here's a top 5 round arm. He had some pitchability, had good control, had a couple different pitches, strike thrower. Kind of he is what he is. You know, he's a strong body, 6'2" ish. But I really liked him. Pencil him right in top 5 rounds, and for him to go 3rd round, that just follows a really good season at Miami. 91 Hughes.
We got the D-backs here. Any other questions? Because we're moving pretty quick here. These boys are getting ready for to get on the phones tonight, because there's going to be some guys as Brian Curley comes out. That's one of your guys, Brian Curley. Is that the little dude who's pumping cheese?
Just pumping cheese at Georgia. Started out in their pen. Did so well, they moved in the rotation. By the end of the year, he's front in the rotation, and not touching 100 anymore, but certainly 96, 98 with a plus slider. We have 6-foot strong body guy. Pretty good story from Virginia Tech.
The D-backs are just trolling us right now with the height situation. Like, this is a full-on. They go Kaysen, who's on here at 5'10". He's probably like, I'd say probably more 5'9". Curley, who's like 5'9" as well.
He's 5'11" in cleats. Come on.
Yeah. But again, there's hidden, right? If other people are not going to value this, I'm sure there's some team like, oh, he's got to be this height. Like, no, there's value here. We can do this. We do well with it. So I love when a team kind of has a plan, understands, and they bring the whole player development department together. They bring the scouting department together. They bring, like, everything kind of comes in like, hey, here's our plan. We're not just going out there and fighting against you. We're all on the same team together. As the Orioles, who I would think somebody's going to have to write up the Orioles tonight. Actually, they're college heavy as well. RJ Austin, perfect Orioles. Perfect. In the 3rd round of pick 93, that's high upside with your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They had 7 picks today. Wow. So RJ Austin, I know, like, it's hit or miss. I think you get him in. Maybe he just turns up and continues to. But, like, you're going to go into what is it, Aberdeen, whatever, like high A, whatever it is, where Ike Irish and Bodine will spell each other. Aloy, Zerwa, Quinn, Austin, all on the same team.
They had a plan, went for it.
Slater DeBrun running around with fire, just getting after it, becoming the future favorite of the city.
Shooter, we got 12 picks left here, buddy.
I'll go all night, Syfe. Any other questions? Anybody out there?
Still looking all night by you. It's 7:00.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to be out mowing your lawn. It's dark here.
Syfe, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Probably watch Netflix.
Yeah, you still got a whole night in. Jacob Morrison.
You know what? Brewers are moving back. I think I took the Brewers last year. Like, Brewers are moving in position to be a favorite here. But, like, Morris, like, again, do get what you're good at. You get a guy like that. So, trying to think other guys. Astros are going to be interesting here. I think this is only their 2nd pick, right? So they took Nyans with the 1st pick. Where? Oh no! Did I X out of it?
You need to stop doing that whole thing right now.
Sorry, who was that? Who is it you said did that? We could talk about that offline.
Jacob Morrison?
No, who said the
a guy I used to work with.
Yeah. Who's your best available prep in college? As Ethan Fry comes up. Ethan Fry hits ball hard. He's another former Super 60 guy.
kind of surprising that he goes ahead of teammate Jared Jones, but
that whiff rate, man, I'm telling you,
the whiff rate kills you every time.
Bauer, Jackson, like it's tough when we make the board. Like these are guys like that. This is why we do a talent base, right? Not who's going to go, because this immediately sifts into top on campus. So right now, if the draft ended immediately right now, Jack Bauer would be the number 1 player in campus. Braden Jackson would be number 2. Slowinski now off the board. I actually we gotta put a line through that one. McKenzie. So arms, especially Appenzeller. There's a lot of lefties. Coy James, Ole Miss is getting very excited. Not too soon though. Ty Peoples still on the board. I feel like Ty Peoples would be here with the Braves. I don't know if they've announced, but like that feels like a perfect. You can expect Jonathan Anderson on Recruiting Essentials very soon, along with Chris Dominguez. It's gonna be a little two University of Miami coaches. I got a lot of questions about the U because that is a national brand. And they get guys from all over, including a kid from my neck of the woods, Alex Giroux, who threw well for them this year. He's one of the first kids I watched when I came out to Oregon. What are the Braves going to do here? Very curious what they're doing. If Appenzeller comes off the board, I am so sorry, Vols fans, if somehow he's here. Let's see. Any other guys on the board? Josh Owens is done. Franco getting to school, that's a huge name. TCU, if anybody's out there futures, TCU is a good place to get futures because I'll tell you another guy who's doing good up in the Cape right now is the kid from Iowa who's a freshman pitcher for them. Started off early, hit some stumbles. You'll see him. Cody Miller off the board, East Tennessee State shortstop to the Braves.
All right, that's one I've whiffed on. I do not. Well, no, Cody Miller put up big numbers, huge numbers at East Tennessee State.
So the Braves went with Tate Saldazine, Alex Lodice, and Cody Miller. 3 shortstops, 1 prep with their 3 picks today.
Cody Miller is, yeah.
Okay. Like we're moving past, like unless something crazy happens, Jack Bauer is going to Starkville. I don't want to like speak for it. Unless something crazy happens, Briggs McKenzie feels like he is going to LSU. Like there may be a tweet coming out tonight. Let me know if you guys are out there. I'm having trouble searching for that. Braden Jackson, we will see. Like teams can still put some money together. We'll see, but like he may be at Oregon. Cam Appenzeller, Vols Central. Oh man, I'm excited for Cam Appenzeller. College baseball, like the pitcher is going to be okay in college baseball in 3 years. We're going to have some issues losing all these shortstops though. So we will see what happens.
Appenzeller is a fun one too because he certainly throws enough strikes to compete right away. You know, I don't know if he's not going to be that type of guy to go right into their weekend rotation, but certainly he should get some innings with as many strikes as he throws.
Well, Tony, they've done such a great job bringing those guys along. You look at what they did with the freshmen this year as Cam Millar comes off the board from the state of California. He was a name that was kind of buzzy throughout the spring. Les Lukacs kept coming at me. Shout out to Hardy and the boys talking about Cam Millar. Unfortunately, or actually, I should say Hank up in NorCal. He kind of jumped too soon. Arizona recruit. Sorry, Arizona. He was a guy that really jumped on the board. So let's see how he fits in with KC. Kind of going after another high school arm here to kind of balance things out there with the 3rd pick. Let's see if we have any other questions. No, but Coy. Not going to speak yet for Coy James. I still think that. Ty Peoples is in play before we get Marcos Paz is going to be interesting tomorrow if guys are still going through. Sife, your guy off the board to Detroit Tigers. Ben Jacobs, left-hander from Arizona State with the Tigers. What say you about his spin rates?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't answer that question.
His ability to spin the breaking ball, I guess I should say.
Yeah, he can really spin the breaking ball. I saw him at Cincinnati. I saw him in the Cape, or actually saw him for the USA CNT last summer, and then It really impressed me there. Had him as maybe a top 2, top 3 round guy, and he ends up going in the 3rd. But I saw him at Cincinnati maybe in early April. It was more of a 5th or 6th rounder that night. So to see him go in the 3rd round, he didn't maybe recoup all of his value to the 2nd round, which is where I kind of pegged him after the end of the summer. But yeah, he's a lefty. When he's going good, he's hitting low 90s, can really spin the breaking ball. Struck out a ton of guys as sophomore year, like maybe almost two per inning. It wasn't that high this year, but lefty can spin it, strikes out guys. There's some good value there.
I got another question. Do you think the talent level in South Florida has dropped? Let me officially announce for next year that the state of Florida is officially back. So get ready, 26, 27. We have like a couple of years off because even talking about Dean Moss and Gamble, not Florida. They were IMG guys who moved into town. But yeah, Florida will be back in South Florida. Ryan Weidman to the
Yes.
pod. You know what? I like that pick.
I like that pick a lot. Perfect spot to take him.
And their second pick of the night, you get a good big time upside guy. I like that. As the fighting Phils come to the table, are there any immediate bullpen arms we can get at for the Phils?
I mean, best on my board right now, college wise, Colby Shelton, a really good pick. Danny Dickinson, but to your question
might
about
be in play here.
To your question about arms, Jared Spencer. I mean, he's a pretty quick guy when he's healthy, quick to the big leagues guy, up to 98, lefty, breaking ball at Texas, but he broke down, had Tommy John. I'm a big Pico Cone fan. I'm not sure if he's a quick mover. Gabe Davis, I thought Gabe Davis was a first rounder last summer, this fall. He was out this fall with a shoulder injury from hunting, I was told.
They go with Cody Boker.
Boker for Vandy? Okay. All right. Yeah, he's a now guy too. Should be a quick mover. He's got a high right fastball, got a breaking ball. Shorter guy. I think they're going with their 3 pitchers probably don't total. They definitely total 18 feet because not one of them 6 foot tall.
They're listed at 6'6". And we'll see what Balker comes in at. He's from the state of Maine. Good for him. Corbs that gets after in New England.
He does.
All right, we're getting into some more fun picks though, because the second pick, the Padres took Cruz Schoolcraft, and then they take Weidman. They only had 2 picks today. That's a pretty nice haul, and something that those guys are going to be excited about. I would be wary tomorrow about the next pick for those guys if they can do some stuff with it. As the guards come on the clock here, followed by the Mets, Yankees, Dodgers, and we will wrap things up with the final pitcher that the Angels take. What do you think, Scythe? Can they get another lefty? I think we may see just how much money they saved on Bremner with this next pick for the Angels.
Well, they spent it on Swalinski. So.
Well, the guards just went after Schubart. So again, what were the Guardians doing? Lavalette, Curley, Walton, and now they go after Nolan Schubart. So that's a lot of big bats with some swing and miss.
That's a ton of swing and miss. Hopefully they got a good plan.
Maybe they just tell them, don't swing. We'll tell you when to swing.
Are those considered swing decisions then?
I'm trying to look through some of the questions. Yeah, you got to hope that Tim gets to the 6th round, to be honest. I think we're seeing him go tomorrow. But then you'll sweat out again 11 through 15. Antonio, is it?
Jimenez?
Yeah, Jimenez from UCF, shortstop.
Yep.
Because why not?
Hit less than, I think he hit a buck at Miami, transferred to UCF, and hit 300. Smooth fielder, good player, good pick.
Okay, I feel like Rocco has always liked Jimenez.
I'm still not understanding where I'd pick Dickinson and Shelton 100 times over some of these guys. So, but again, a lot we don't know. I just watch what I see on the field.
Oh, jeez. Yankees, Dodgers. Yankees, Caden Kent, Texas A&M. So the Yankees go with tonight, Seif, Kilby followed by Kent. Kilby is nice. I like both shortstops, left-handed hitting shortstops.
I like that pick. I like Kane Kent. I've always been a big fan of him. His starting last year when he was a sophomore, he wasn't anybody's top anything. He made our final top 200 college. Yeah, I mean, son of a big leaguer. I know he only maybe 280 this year, but really good pick.
As the Dodgers come up, we got 2 more picks left, and then we'll kind of wrap things up. We'll be in Dodgers Root, Davalon, and Leiter. So, like, gosh, are we going to be looking back at this draft? I mean, like, did the Dodgers steal? Did they steal again? If Leiter hits, like, depending on medicals, and, like, they have the ability to take that risk. Wow. So anyway, Dodgers are on the clock here. Thank you all, everybody, for coming out and checking this out. If you're enjoying it, let us know. We will continue to do it. Seif and I just like having a conversation, really some behind the scenes stuff, what potentially may be going on. But thank you all for coming out and checking out the live feed here. We will try to do some more of this in the future, maybe even some on-campus stuff as the Dodgers go for Landon Viderek from
Cincinnati.
Yeah. Like, it says hometown. Oh, it's Cincinnati. Okay.
Super tooled up guy. This is again, I mean, super high risk. Dodgers can take it. I mean, it's 60 juice. It's a 60 runner. Tremendous athlete. Tremendous swing and miss.
Hey, Seif, this is a separate matter, but like, get me on the board. Cincinnati is going to go to Omaha in the next 10 years. Like,
you think so? Yeah, I mean, they certainly have the coach to do it.
They are recruiting at a high. Every time I go through stuff, I'm like, this kid's going to Cincinnati. Wow. And wait, did Nate Snead already get drafted?
No.
Though he just went to the Angels. There's your last picture of the night, Seif.
Imagine that. Big arm to the Angels. Yeah.
So the Angels tonight took Bremner, Shores, Slawinski, and Snead. I mean, these poor catchers going to have to get something to like protect the hands, because these guys are going to be throwing triple digits. Again, another plan for the night. Hugus would have stayed and said, that's true. Hugus did go to Miami. I forgot about that, but they are recruiting at a high level in the younger classes, really identifying talent. Cincinnati. Seif, anything instant thoughts from you? Obviously the Brewers had a ton of picks. The Orioles had a ton of picks. I thought I'll be curious to see what the Dodgers do, or not the Dodgers, what the Tigers do after getting kind of the 2 upside high school bats early on, then Witherspoon, Ben Jacobs, and the Braves. The Braves and the Tigers, I'm curious to see what they do the rest of the draft. What about you?
Man, you know what? I haven't wrapped my head around all this yet. I got to go back through. The shortstops just blew me away. Bremner going 2nd overall blew me away. Anderson falling in the lap of the Mariners. What a gift. There's just, I got to evaluate a little bit more. But, Devin Taylor dropping this far. I texted out a couple area scouts for Indiana. Neither of them had any idea why. Just kind of.
Well, you wait till that signing bonus comes out, and you might realize why. Like, that may be what we're waiting on.
Yeah, true. But somehow guys fall because the agents manipulate that for them to fall, or there's something medically wrong. And I'm just.
Shout out, the Rockies just needed a win, and I think the Rockies got a win today in Ethan Holiday getting to the 4th pick. So congrats to the Rocky fans out there. Another plan, like Marlins did a nice job. A lot of college guys, Brewers through. Seif, anything else you want to add? Because I know it's very late for you out there. We will have write-ups coming from our favorite day ones. Tomorrow, be sure to look for that. Seif and I will wrap things up with a full podcast from the whole draft with some analyzation coming for you Tuesday before. Seif, we're going to turn the page quickly to 26. Like, along with the rest of the industry, the page gets turned in a hurry. You guys go sign those guys. So tomorrow, be ready to watch. I'll give some of the names real quick before everybody hops off of here to really keep an eye on from our board. Reed Worley, Kennesaw State. He was an All-American. I'd be very curious to see what happens with him. Matthew Fisher committed to Indiana. Thought he had a chance to be maybe a background first rounder headed into the spring. Didn't work out for him there. CJ Gray, he's probably going to end up at NC State. Keep an eye on Caleb Barnett, third baseman, head to Alabama. He would be a huge name. Jacob Parker, Mississippi State recruit. Boston Kellner. He is a Texas A&M recruit. Seems like Uli Fernsler is going to get to TCU. TCU might be the biggest winner right now. Like, I'm telling you, buy some stock in TCU. Georgia, kind of the fact that Peoples and Dean Livingston are still on the board. A&M, yes, you lost Lewinsky. Blaine Bullard's still on the board. That's some impressive stuff. Landon Harmon, unfortunately, Mississippi State, he is done. Florida, John Stutzer is going to be a stud if he gets to Florida State. So any Knowles fans out there, I know there's a lot of Miami guys in there, but huge Notre Dame, big winners. LSU, Briggs McKenzie still there. Marcos Paz, Briggs McKenzie are still on the board. Those are probably the big names. Everybody's got to be listened to early tomorrow because there's just a chance that those guys could get to campus, and that would be wild. Along with River Hamilton, I can't believe I forgot my own Oregon guy. LSU might end up being a winner, along with Alabama. Miles Upchurch, I think he's probably going to go early tomorrow. Brandon Shannon the same way. Pete Kusau. Simi will probably come off the board, I'd assume, probably right away tomorrow. Those are all LSU arms. LSU still has 4 mega arms on the board. So that was a lot of talking tonight. I know Sife's ready to get to bed. I am going to go rehash and figure out which was my favorite draft day one. Maybe I'll just keep it super simple. I'll just go with either the Yankees or the Mets with a 2 pick. I like the fact that he only had 2 picks. But thank you to everybody out there. Shout out to Rhett the Jet and all of our media and production team behind the scenes who allow us to get on here and just speak our minds into the infinite abyss. Hopefully you guys are excited for tomorrow. Good luck to all the area scouts making calls tonight, scouting directors. Hopefully you guys can get some sleep. Looking forward to seeing you all out there. And until next time, this has been the War Room, powered by Prep Baseball and Draft HQ. And we will see each and every one of you at the ballpark.